none, I would like to call to order our January 23rd action review meeting of the Charlotte City Council. We, at this time, generally talk about items that are coming in front of us today. We have three exceptional reports, and we hope that we are able to get all of these done in a timely manner. But I'll defer for that later. First, before we start, are there any questions that have been addressed? Ms. Maria, can you tell me if this is, everyone has in front of their places the council policy business consent item Q&As? So,
Yes, ma'am, and I've been able to speak to a few of you, and good evening. Does anyone else have any further questions on consent items?
any further questions on consent items? All right, hearing none, we have settled item number 86, and 87 has been deferred by the staff. So are there any consent questions that you would like to have a separate vote, for which you'd like to have a separate vote? Hearing none, are there any consent, I'm sorry, Ms. Mayfield?
I want a separate vote on number 54. Staff has given an update, but I think it would be helpful for them to share on this in-realm
Okay,
because of the location and what we have going on in the city.
all right.
Yes, ma'am, and we have Ms. Jane Talon here
All
tonight that
right.
can address
So
that.
we'll have Ms. Talon here as well. So the next question I had, is there any item that a council member would like to have a comment for the record on? Okay, hearing none, may I have a motion for agenda items 18 through 89 with the exception of 54, 86, and 87?
So moved. Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Here no discussions. All in favor, please raise your hands. And that is Mr. Graham? Yes. All right, so that motion passes. So thank you. Now we'll go to item number 54.
Yes, ma'am, I believe Jane Talon's making her way from 280 right now.
All right, if Ms. Talon can do that. I think she works all the time. When I text her on Saturdays and Sundays, she's really, really responsive. So we'll get her in here and be ready to address consent item number 15. It is for an in-rem remedy for 4021 Montrose Street, and the public purpose is stated in the policy as well. So, hi.
Hi, good evening.
It's good to see you, besides texting you on the weekends.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Jane Talon. I'm the Code Enforcement Manager for the City of Charlotte. In regards to 421 Montrose, I have been in conversations with Mr. Greer, who currently owns the home. He has indicated to us that he would like to demolish it on his own. I have an email from him on December 12th. However, he's non-responsive. I haven't heard from him since December, and we'd like an opportunity to have some leverage to have him come through. We continue to get complaints from the neighbors about the home.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Talon? All right.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you for the clarification, Ms. Talon. The main reason I reached out to you was because of the location, what we're seeing across the community with housing. So to have the background from you that you have been working with this particular homeowner, I don't know if this will be part of our upcoming budget retreat for legislative discussions. When we have a homeowner, to me it's the same as with a multifamily, that lets a unit go into disrepair and be the unit that causes challenges in neighborhoods. I want us to consider our role in it. So we know that this will be estimated around $21,000 and some change to demolish. We have a process where a lien is then put on the land if he sells later. Same thing with a multifamily. The home goes in disrepair, they come in, we provide assistance to try to provide housing. I'm wondering if we have some leverage in those conversations Otherwise, you just get to let this nuisance be in the neighborhood, and then government comes in to have to address it, to create a safe space for the neighbors that are living there. But you basically get access to us doing a service that is much more economical than you doing it on your own, because I don't think I would necessarily be able to identify a company to come in and demolish the home at the rate that we're going to do it. I do appreciate the fact that we have interest that will be applied if it's not paid within a certain amount of time, but that just might be a conversation for committee. Mayor, I'm not sure which committee it would be, but just looking at our policy, because initially I reached out to Ms. Talon to try to find out in Greer, we're getting ready to do what with a 1920s home, but the home is in major disrepair. Is the owner taking advantage of the government and tax dollars by doing it this way? And is there a way through our legal department, Mr. Baker, to think about language to protect the residents on the front end if something like this were to happen that goes beyond just putting a lien on the property to just cover our costs? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you.
And move to approve.
We have a motion and a second to approve. We have a motion and a second to approve the NREM for 421 Montrose Street. Any further discussion? Hearing none, please raise your hands if you approve of the item of the motion. Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Taylor.
Thank you very much.
All right, so that carries us to the place that we are going to do the action review, agenda overview, and I'll turn it over to the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. Tonight, we have for the action review, discussion really around public safety. Many times we talk about policing, but you know that it's more than just policing when we start to discuss public safety. So I'll remind council that back, I think your first meeting, September the 13th, Chief Jennings came in and gave you a bit of an update about what was happening in terms of policing. I believe tonight gives us an opportunity not to just look at what's happening currently, but some of the headwinds that we will be addressing as we start to discuss public safety. So while we have the police update, the fire update, and the medic update, I don't want to overwhelm the agenda tonight. So we've already talked with the three presenters that if at any time this needs to be an overflow to the manager's report, we can also do that when we're in the chamber. So with that said, Mayor, I will turn it back over to you.
All right, so let's see, who's up for our seat, who's representing CNPD tonight?
We're going to have
There you
Chief
go,
Robinson.
Dave. Thank you, I'm sorry.
Good evening, council and city staff. Mayor, thank you for the introduction of Mr. City Manager, Mayor Pro Tem. It is a great honor and privilege to be before you again, representing Chief of Police Johnny Jennings. Chief Jennings regrettably is not here this evening. He is on a national board and panel for talking about recruiting and retention within the law enforcement community tonight. I do understand that he has joined us via either WebEx or Teams or on the phone. So he is present here. Chief, if you can hear me, blink the lights 2 times. But the chief wanted to convey his heartfelt apology for not being here in person. He is very proud of these numbers, as we all are, to share with you. You have some information that's been provided to you by City CorpCom that details what we'll cover tonight. So for tonight, we will go over the end of the year recap in terms of our crime response. We've got some very positive points to make out of that. We'll talk about violent crime and our homicide breakdown. We'll also talk about a topic that is so near and dear to his heart pertaining to recruitment and our retention efforts. When we talk about the partnership that we have with each of you here in the city and on this elected board and council, we talk about partnerships a lot. We talk about partnerships with the community, and Chief Jennings knows, as we all know within his executive staff and command staff, that it is truly a partnership, that we can't do it alone. And but for the graciousness of the city manager and this council, we wouldn't be standing here tonight touting any good news. Retirements certainly are at issue, and then looking forward, and then we'll wrap up with some questions. So as we move forward, our end of the year recap. So as you know, our strategic direction based upon the chief's vision has to do with his core four, which pertains to community collaboration, professional accountability, crime management, and then finally employee wellness. I'm pleased to announce that we have made huge gains in each of his core four strategies and have fulfilled, I can tell you with great certainty, several of these initiatives as we've moved into 2023. As we look at the crime stats, 979,000 911 calls for service, up 1% from 2021, and we've talked about that before. I had the privilege of addressing this council just a few short weeks ago where we talked about our challenges. We still plan to come back within the 90-day period to talk about the gains and successes that we've had even thus far within that. I'd like to take you to the 529,000 police interactions, and we talk about that. That's not a number that's foreign to anybody in this room, but it does indicate a continued effort by the men and women who do this work to actively engage with our community. That number, I would argue, is a bit low in the sense that we don't always capture each and every time an officer gets out and talks to somebody or goes into a convenience store to talk with the clerk or check on a person in a business or in any particular environment. But 529,000 police interactions, 14,059 total arrests, up 7% from our 2021 numbers. Overall crime numbers up 3%. Now that is a bit deceiving because when we hear that we're up in crime, we want to say, wait a minute, what's happening and why? But we are down 5% in violent crime, on top of the 7.5% decrease that we experienced in 2020. So over a 2-year average in Charlotte and Mecklenburg, we are down 12.5% in violent crime. And I would put those numbers up against any major city within this country. We're very proud of that. It was the chief's vision and his priority from the start, and we're proud of those numbers. 3,182 firearms, guns taken off the street in 2021, and let that sink in just for a minute. And if you know about what happened yesterday in one of our divisions, some children were playing with a weapon, and it discharged, killing a young person in our community. We can't stress enough about the importance of responsible gun ownership and gun management so that it doesn't fall into the hands of a child or person seeking to do criminal behavior. So what is the end result? The end result is for public safety and for an opportunity within Charlotte-Mecklenburg to have a safe community. We're very intentional in how we deployed our resources. For example, the Crime Gun Suppression Team is a team that was put together not just going after people with guns, but going after and taking guns off the street and out of the hands of people that have had a history of potentially using them in a violent crime. Our Crime Gun Suppression Team will get to in just a minute to give you some more specific data on that. So if you look at our numbers, yes, we are up in property crime. I'd had a momentary conversation with Councilman Driggs about property crime. I know that that is a priority for people when we talk about our population explosion, the building, and the rapid growth that we've experienced within this jurisdiction. 6% we're not happy with, and certainly understand that we've got some work to do there. 5% down in violent crime. Now our homicides, we talk about homicides quite a bit, up 10%, rape and sexual assault down 23%, burglaries down as well. Vehicle thefts, if you look at that number and say, wow, what's up with that? What I'll tell you is that juveniles in our community if you've heard of the Kia and Hyundai challenge that was out on TikTok, Just about 8 out of every 10 cars we have are stolen is a Kia or a Hyundai vehicle. So if you're a Kia or Hyundai owner and you're hearing me right now, please take precautions to put a club on your steering wheel, park in a well-lit area, know where your vehicle is, get a car alarm, something to help us with that. But violent crime trends across the country, while they trended up in other areas, have trended down in Charlotte-Mecklenburg. And that is something that the chief and every member of his police department is very ecstatic about. As I talked about, down 12.5% over the 2-year average. 3 of our 2022 homicides are currently in review by Mr. Merriweather at the District Attorney's Office. And what that means is that there could be circumstances within that particular case that would lead to charges not being filed, say for instance, self-defense. One of the few major cities to show a decrease, not a decrease in homicides, but a decrease within violent crime. And again, we're proud of that. So what does this look like? And I didn't want us to put too much information on the screen, but I lost that argument because the information is simply that good. There are 2 points on this slide. One is the Violent Criminal Apprehension or VCAT team. And if you've heard of the VCAT team, this is a very elite group of men and women who receive specialized training, many of whom are on the SWAT team, trained in de-escalation, trained in things that we expect from our men and women who are going after folks who have already demonstrated a propensity to use violence within our community. 294 apprehensions. Now, what does that mean to the average citizen? That means that for 294 victims' families, closure can begin when that suspect is arrested, up 2% from 2021. 72 murder charges, 72 people charged with murder, which is down 17% from 2021 within the jurisdiction. 18 attempted murder, 57 armed robbery, 15 for rape, 80 W, assault with a deadly weapon, 53 8 kidnapping, and 21 for shooting into an occupied dwelling. That's the abbreviated. Now that's, if you've heard from your constituents about gun violence within neighborhoods, shooting into occupied dwellings is one of those crimes that if you're a police officer will keep you up at night, because once the bullets start flying and they fly into homes, particularly those homes that have nothing to do with or are the wrong intended target, we have seen evidence of innocent people, in some cases children and young people, asleep in their beds being shot by indiscriminate bullets within our jurisdiction. The Crime Gun Suppression Team, CGST, we talked about that briefly at the intro. This team was put together in 2021 to combat the rising gun crime within our jurisdiction. CMPD merged 3 units from the crime gun to form the CGST. Now we've got gang detectives, SIOP task force, which is shooting into occupied property, and the old trap unit. If you remember the trap unit, this was a kind of VCAT light, if you will, which means that these are highly elite, highly specialized people that go after people who are shooting inside Charlotte-Mecklenburg. 262 arrests in 2021, and that's a staggering number to be up 62%. That shows that this team has really taken off and flown. 283 firearms seized, 36 of those were stolen firearms that were recovered, which is up 57% from 2021. Very proud of both of these teams. It is directly in line with the chief's response to violent crime and is well worth the effort that is put forth to staff these units pertaining to our crime rate. Our violent crime efforts, and we're very proud of this number too, 75.7% of the time we clear a homicide, 3 out of every 4. That is above the national average, the 5-year national average, which is 61%. That is a homicide detective times about 10, with crime scene technicians and victim assistance groups going out from CMPD representing the city of Charlotte to solve cases that families need for justice to be served. And we couldn't be prouder of each member of our homicide unit and those numbers. When I said homicides were up, we did experience 110 homicides this year. And as I said, 3 of those are with the ADA's office, or with the DA's office for further evaluation. So People ask all the time, where are homicides occurring? And as you can see, each dot represents a homicide case within Charlotte-Mecklenburg. This shows no specific concentration, nor does it show that any community within Charlotte-Mecklenburg is immune to this violence. And to think about, and I'll take just a second and say this, as I spent some time in homicide as a lieutenant some years ago, I thought about homicides as only homicide occurs and we put a case together and we go look for the person responsible. But you don't think about the families behind the victims. And I've heard many members of this council speak about the victims of homicide. And I can tell you that's one of the toughest things for our men and women in blue and the detectives that do this work and the VCAT officers that go after these folks who have truly not only affected their own outcomes in life, but the lives taken for those who, in most cases, started as just an argument that escalated out of control. But as you can see, all over the Charlotte area with 110. So a lot of people will like to say violent crime is through the roof, and in some jurisdictions they'd be right. We're here to say that since 1990, and this is 32 years of data, as you can see the dotted line, other than anomalies throughout the year, that we are trending in a downward direction. And some would say, well, that's just great. It's based on your rising population. You can claim those numbers. No, those are actual numbers based upon where we are in 2022. As you see, per 100,000, we have an even steeper trajectory down. So what that means is, as the Charlotte area has grown and exploded in population, we've maintained that downward trajectory as a community. And let me be clear and say, the police department is not spiking the football. Any violent crime, any crime that occurs in our jurisdiction, we take that personally. And we've said that before, the chief has said that. We are moving toward making Charlotte the safest major city in America. And to do that, we have to keep the pressure up and have to keep doing the work that we're doing, even in the midst of unparalleled growth, steady decline. That is one violent crime per 100,000 people per year. So that's just counting the growth, not the events or the visitors or the workforce that comes into Charlotte every day. And if you travel 85 or 77 or Independence Boulevard, you know there's a bunch of people trying to get into town to live and work and play in the Charlotte area. So this is from our 32-year count on our homicide victims. And as you've seen, 1993, we had tied back in 2020 with 122. This year we were at 110 after having a year of 97 in 2021. I will tell you just anecdotally, we continue to see those engaged in high-risk lifestyles and high-risk behaviors affected by homicide on arguments that erupt into violence, oftentimes resulting in tragic consequences. And it is hard to fathom and wrap our heads around the fact that, but for an argument or but for a situation that spirals, we could really improve that number. What we will do is continue to put officers in places that have the most impact in terms of visibility from a deterrence and prevention standpoint, and we'll stand tall on that. The homicide victim rate per 100,000. That means it's 11.1 homicides per 100,000 people in Charlotte here in 2022. And that's drastically down from where we were in the early 90s and has again followed that steady trajectory. So a lot of our, and I use air quotes, low-level crime that occurs within our jurisdiction can, and I want to be careful how I say this, we understand that mental health is a health crisis. If there's a person experiencing a mental health crisis in our jurisdiction, that oftentimes that can have a negative impact. Our mental health response is critical to helping our community thrive, as we all know, and everyone in this room, particularly within council and the manager and the mayor, have been persistent in showing how much this community does care about our mental health response by funding appropriately and doubling our efforts with CPCRT, our Community Policing Crisis Response Team, from 6 officers and clinicians to 12 officers and clinicians in 2022. That's a direct action from what this body did. We're reaching people in the community who need different attention. And if you think about back in 1990, how we would have responded to a mental health crisis, I can assure you it's different today. When we talk about words like empathy and compassion and understanding and truly trying to walk a mile in another person's shoes to understand that behavior manifesting itself that we might have looked upon as being criminal years ago is now looked at as a health crisis, no different than if a person was having high blood pressure or a stroke or a heart attack. And we're going to try to align those folks with the resources that they need. The CARES team, and I know that's been a topic for everybody in this room, including myself and my peers and colleagues over there, as well as the chief of police. We've piloted 2 civilians. That we're in what we call a soft grand opening with that, and we're in our phase of really trying to do this correctly and to get the right folks out on the street, responding to low-level calls for service. And these are master's level clinicians that are going out and trying to address issues such as homelessness and panhandling and things such as that. So we continue to look at additional ways to address mental health needs based on the Safe Charlotte report. Now, the answer before might have been to take somebody to jail. Today, the answer is, how do we get that person experiencing a mental health crisis the long-term care and help that they need? This goes along with our crime management approach within the Chief's vision and the Core 4, because many of these people are out committing crimes in our jurisdiction. In years before, we may not have cared or asked about the reason why, but in 2022 and moving into 2023, arresting people continues to not always be the answer. We measured based on violent crime and property crime in the past. Mental health was, quite frankly, secondary. Now it's what's the impact on the community, and what is that person as our end user expecting from a police officer? And I'm just super proud of the work that the men and women, based on the CPCRT teams and now the CARES team, as we get off the ground. It's a different way of doing business. It helps us with our manpower issues, and it creates for us another opportunity to engage with the community that doesn't involve using force and doesn't involve us in a negative type situation. So moving into our hires and separations, vacancies and recruiting. Now, the nationwide trend, this is not Charlotte, I just want to say this. Nationwide trend based on the Police Executive Research Foundation, down 4% in hirings in 2021 compared to 2019, up 43% in resignations, and up 24% in retirements. So I'd like to tell you that in Charlotte, we're different, and we talk about Charlotte being different all the time, and different in a very good way. Those jurisdictions that may have cut funding to public safety, particularly police departments, several years ago, are now scrambling to give funding back to the communities that so desperately need public safety. And let's be clear, a safe community is a community where people can thrive, not where you live in fear. A safe community is a place where you can raise a family, start a business, live, work, and play, not being in fear for your life or your property. And so when we talk about what the impact is, that is directly attributed to the men and women who are attracted to this job in the first place, and the civilian staff that go along with those hires to help them understand what their place is in this community when it comes to safety. So with that said, we're very proud of the fact that we received almost 2,000 applications this year. And if you say, well, Dave, that's great, but it shows that you're down 16% from 2021, I would say that we're advertising smarter. And instead of somebody just filling out an application just because they may have us near the list with Target and Starbucks and FedEx and Amazon, our marketing campaign has allowed us to be more strategic and more intentional about exactly who we want. And who is it that we want? Who is it that we want? We want somebody to come join our ranks who truly has a servant's heart, who truly understands the value of public safety and, more importantly, the role of a police department in a healthy community. We fired 151 sworn officers in 2022. That's up 12%. And that is a direct correlation to the efforts of this body and the direction from our city manager. We've also hired 171 civilian hires. And so for those who remember, we talked about the telecommunicators. That's part of this as well, along with our HR staff and our support staff and other folks that we've hired civilians to take the place of sworn officers to give us some relief on the street. So when I talk about being strategic with who we are looking for, we're looking at the whole person. You know, used to, we wanted the perfect officer, the officer who never made a mistake and at least didn't tell us about it, right? That we couldn't find out. But now we're looking a little deeper into the entire person and recognizing that if you are a person who's answering the call to serve in this jurisdiction, that we do our due diligence to be more intentional about looking at the whole person from start to finish. Let me back up. What does that mean exactly? That means if you got a ticket when you're 17 and now you're 34, we're not going to kick you out of the process necessarily. We're going to talk to you a little bit more. That means if you're part of this community and you grew up here and you might have made a youthful indiscretion, and I'm not talking about going out here and killing somebody, I'm talking about a youthful indiscretion that I'm sure many people in this room had, that we look intentionally at who you are and who you've become, and more importantly, who you want to be. Because as we hear the mayor and the city manager talk about Charlotte as a destination hiring spot, that's what we're charged with doing, and that's what we're charged with doing every single day. So as we look at the numbers, and I want to be clear on this, it looks like we're going to have, or had a spike in 2022. We have, but I'd like to point to the retirement numbers. And, you know, if you've been in Charlotte and part of this game for a long time, you know that in the early 90s, then President Clinton sponsored the COPS Act that put federal police, put federal funding into hiring local police officers. And so do the math. We have a 30-year span, so a lot of those officers came on in the early 90s. Now we're into the early 20s. That's 30 years, and so, or 2023. So that we're in that phase of, we're going to see some retirements, and so we know that. And listen, the Great Resignation has affected really every sector and profession within the country over the past few years. We see data that says we're coming out of that. And look, if you've been here 30 years, you've earned your retirement, and we'll try to keep them around, but at the end of the day, they understand that that it's time for them to enjoy that. So our resignations are up slightly, and I think when we talk about, I say slightly, but year over year since 2019, we are up. And what that tells us is that the competition within our job market is tight, and we understand that to be the preeminent destination for law enforcement recruits within the state and region and country, we've got to be intentional about doing things to make it so. And so as we look at that, we see numbers that may be challenging to some, but we look at it as an opportunity to continue to grow and get better. So as you look at this data, and we talk about what we're going to be doing in the next few years when it comes to retirements. Now, I don't like a lot of asterisks on a presentation because it leaves too much open, but I want to be clear and honest with you about what this data shows. We anticipate 91 officers who are eligible to retire in 2023, the tail end of those COPS grants. 24, 5, and 6, we're going to hold somewhere in the 50 to 60 range for retirement. Now, that's based on 30 years of service or 55 years of age. And I do know, at least anecdotally, that we have several people within the organization, particularly in command staff or leadership positions, who are staying beyond their eligible retirement date because they want to see this through. And I commend those people for doing that and understand that these numbers, although hard to predict, do give us at least a baseline indication of when people are eligible to declare their retirement. So the recruitment and retention efforts that this body and our city manager have helped us achieve and helped us move into that upward trajectory, including the $7,500 hiring incentive, moving expenses for laterals. Our laterals continue to be a program that has worked well for us. Our application process from 13 to 6 steps. So instead of 15 different ways from Sunday, we've streamlined that process. We focused on our national digital advertising campaign, recruit team regionally focused. Used to, we'd go out to all parts of the country. Didn't really get the results that we wanted from that, and so we're going to stick more regionally within our community college system and within our regional partners within the UNC system, for example. We're also looking at the fact that our residency incentive, shift pay differential, and let me just say, these are things that do matter to our men and women in the CMPD. Take shift pay differential, for example, which is an opportunity to compensate the men and women working second and third shift permanently. Permanently, here is the key, that don't get to make their own days off and don't get to work whenever, but that are on a shift more likely to either answer your 911 call or show up at your house. These are the men and women that we're trying to incentivize within this structure that Mr. Jones created for us and council approved. So helpful, so appreciative. Military differential pay increases, secondary language incentive up to 15 languages. Years ago, it was 2. Updated grooming standards and continuing to expand our take-home car program. These are all tangible things that this body has presided over. We understand the sacrifices that each of you have made to help us better our department and therefore have a safer city, and we appreciate it. Moving into 2023, we talk about the officer of the past and the officer of the future. Remember, we talked about officers of the 1990s and what he or she may have looked like. I'll tell you, there was a lot more he's than she's back then, for sure. The officer of today is more focused on diversity and equity and inclusion, and we hire accordingly. I'm proud to say that our metrics pertaining to diversity, equity, and inclusion have gone skyward. We talk about protect and serve. Back in the day, just the facts, ma'am, sir. Adhere to the law, directives, policies, very clear cut, right, wrong, black, white. We referred to our standard operating procedures. We left very little room for shades of gray. The officer of 2023 is more focused on people. We talk about being in the crime management business, right? But it's so much more complicated and detailed than that. We're in the people business. That's exactly what we're in. And those people are focused on diversity and inclusion, empathy. We place a high value on education, to exceed people's expectations, to develop professionally. We never talked about that. You'd come here and you'd work your 30 years, and if you got promoted, good on you, but we didn't talk about how to be intentional on what professional development looked like. And finally, wellness. For years of those officers of the 90s and before, we just said, hey, whatever you're going through, it's part of the job, so buck up, do your job, and show back up tomorrow. Today, we talk about things like, hey, are you okay? Because we know if you're not okay and you go back out on the street, that tragic consequences may occur. It's important for us to recognize the strides that we've made in partnership with this council that position Charlotte-Mecklenburg in 2023 and beyond in a very positive place. So our priorities for 2023 from the chief himself: to continue efforts to reduce violent crime. And that's not to say we'll ignore property crime, but it's to say that we will put our resources into preventing people from being victims of violent crime in this jurisdiction. We'll continue to recruit and retain and have efforts to increase our applicant pool of the right people who want to be here for the right reasons and to enhance our current workforce. We'll continue our customer experience training, which is focused on employee wellness and on world-class internal culture. That's the other thing about the officer of the 2023 era, is that we're focused on customer service. If you took the word customer service in 1990, I don't think that was even a thing for like retail. So it certainly wasn't for police. Even in 2020, when we rolled it out, people were like, what? What are you talking about? The truth of the matter is customer service has done very well for us. It's a very strategic piece for our profession, and law enforcement agencies across the country have joined in and want to see what we're doing in Charlotte. And then number 4, ensuring that officers have the best equipment, technology, and training possible for shared success. I talked about the partnership. That's where you come in. The things that we do, the things that we're able to do within the organization, overseen by Chief Jennings and his executive staff, could not be possible without the vision and the clarity from our manager and from this council and councils before. And we appreciate that. You allow us to be the best trained and equipped police department in the entire country. And for that, we are eternally grateful. Any questions for me? Hearing none, thank you.
I am sure that there are going to be many questions, but before we do that, Chief, I keep saying Dave, Chief, I want to say that I think back to 2020 and where we are sitting today and how much work we put into Safe Charlotte and how we've supported this effort so much. But it's not just this body, it's taking the people that work with us to join in and believe in the values that we set. And I know, Chief Jennings, if you're listening, I want you to know how this community is glad that we have the leadership that we have and the officers that work every day for us in this community. So I want to say thank you. The Deputy Chief did a wonderful job presenting this. And I am sure that there are going to be many comments and questions from the council. So I'm going to start off with the first 3 that I have on my list. We'll start off with Ms. Mayfield, followed by the Mayor Pro Tem, followed by Mr. Driggs.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Deputy Chief, and I've appreciated being able to join you all at promotion ceremonies as well as graduations. Can we go back to slide 10, where it was the 1990-2022 violent crime count? I was just wondering if you might know what was happening between 2008-2014, where we saw that major decline. Like, was that during the time that we had the community policing? Oh, I thought it was slide 10.
10?
Yeah, right, that's it. So when we saw that decline between 2008 and 2014, do you by any chance know, outside the numbers of residents we have, were we doing anything different back then with outreach? Or, because I know there was a time where you and I, before you stepped into a number of graduations, we would do our community outreach in our community corners and had a different type of relationship in neighborhoods. Was there anything that stands out to you that was happening different locally?
So I look back at those times, and I remember where I was in 08. I know that Chief Monroe had come into Charlotte in 08. He decentralized a lot of units that had been operating kind of, in a large group, doing different things. He really reprioritized our focus, exactly like Chief Jennings has done with our crime gun suppression team and our VCAT unit and our CPCRT team. I do know that in 08, just anecdotally, I do know that we did not experience the same exact staffing issues that we did, and so we had more opportunity to work on crime prevention. And I think that's where the chief will lead us into the future. It pertains to how we, as we add people back into our ranks, that we can be more intentional about crime prevention. And that starts with, and look, police can't be everywhere at all times, and we know that. And even if we were, crime is still going to occur. We've seen evidence of that. However, if we talk to people and are intentional about, even with the explosive growth that we've had within this community, that there are steps that an individual citizen can take to make themselves, their families, and their property less susceptible to crime. And we know that that's something that we want to get back out into the community and talk to people about. And, you know, we're doing that one person at a time today.
So the follow-up to you all getting back out in the community, how can we, as your council, help you with reaching the community to have these conversations? Again, backtracking, I appreciate and thank you again for being at my community conversation last year, but how can we help you all?
Well, and I think, Ms. Mayfield, you say exactly, you know, it's exactly that. It's we will show up at any event that you want us at any time. We work 24 hours a day. So you want to have one at 3 a.m., we'll be there. And I'll tell you that it's important because we want to meet people where they are. We want people to understand and to hear and to see that we want to engage with them. We went to an event on the east side over at Aldersgate on Saturday that talked about aligning priorities, and that was a wonderful event. 2 of our captains were there. It was a beautiful event, and a lot of people, I think we had more people there than I've ever seen on a Saturday. So it was a really good event. It almost rivaled Councilwoman Mayfield's event, but we had a really good moment to engage with folks, and that's the kind of thing we need more of. So you call us, we'll be there, and that's a good thing for us.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Deputy Chief.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. So we can stay at this slide, actually, you know, as you were presenting slide 10, 11, 12, and 13. And, you know, I was thinking of that upper left-hand part of the slope and, you know, kind of to how what Ms. Mayfield was pulling out anecdotally, you know, that 1990 number, if anybody remembers back then, it was, you know, the height of the crack era.
Yes,
and it was
sir.
a particularly violent time everywhere in the country. And a lot of it had to do with, I think that, you know, that undermarket. You know, today it's the drug on the street that's really tearing up the community is not necessarily, it still is crack in some senses, but it's fentanyl. I think I've asked this question a couple of times, but what is there in today's Charlotte and today's climate, is there a relationship between the illicit drug trade and crime, in particular violent crime, and how we seeing that kind of play out in the community?
So, and thank you, Mr. Winston. I think our response has always been toward open-air drug markets. And in the 90s, it was focused on open-air drug markets, particularly with the crack epidemic being what it was. And so violence would erupt from that. Now we see violence erupting between 2 people who are coming to do a deal. And I've learned a lot in my career that focuses on if you may have 2 drug dealers who sell marijuana, for example, one sells a different kind. Marijuana still, people still die behind it. It's still a commodity within the community. But from a fentanyl standpoint and heroin and things like that, that's more, I mean, technology is leveraged to where it's a quick transaction in a parking lot versus a known durable hotspot to where drugs are sold. And so I think it's more challenging for us to put those cases back together if 2 people come together, make a deal, something goes sideways, and then someone gets shot. We've seen literal evidence of that pertaining to violent crime related to the drug trade in those 110 homicides. And so, again, high-risk behavior, high-risk lifestyle choices that would lead somebody, again, very low instances of just anything random. But nonetheless, every single death and homicide within our jurisdiction is one that we take personally. And regardless of the circumstances, we'll work to investigate tirelessly.
Thank you. So my second question, I don't know if it can be answered by the Deputy Chief or Mr. Baker. This might be something that we look into. One of the changes that CMPD made last year was how you guys interacted with the media, and I know that got a lot of questions, a lot of attention. And I was trying to think of a way that, you know, we can look back at it to see, you know, what the effect was of it. I know some of that is, you know, quite possibly people's opinions. But I guess, is there a way that we can look at particularly the stats for Freedom of Information Act or public records requests? And are there any stats of, are we facing more litigation around, the release of information from CMPD, or, what has been the effect of those changes, if any?
From a litigation perspective, I've not seen an uptick in anything. We have, I think, one case right now that's not involving CMPD. I know there've been a lot of discussions over the course of time, so I don't know in terms of from CMPD's perspective what their view is.
So I do know, and I'm trying to get the chief on, let's see if we can get.
Yes, I'm available. Can you hear me?
Chief's right here, yes, sir.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm having some technical difficulties, particularly with my camera. But I think the best way to answer that is when I was pretty clear back then that the only thing that we really had to stop doing was the abundance of emails and phone calls that were requested from the media. We were in upwards of 120 to 150 per day that we were trying to respond to. And that's just simply not feasible with our staffing and resources that we have. So that was really the main thing that we cut out. And I know the media, or some members of the media, were saying that we were stopping communication altogether. That was simply not true. We still, as a matter of fact, we looked at some numbers recently, and we've actually done more press conferences and put out more stories since we have changed our stance with the information that we were providing back out to the media. So it's very difficult. I don't know of any agency in this country that can handle the abundance of direct phone calls and messages that comes through their PIO office, that the expectation is to respond immediately. And that was the main thing. And I think it's getting to where we are really a lot more functionable as an agency and able to put information out as best that we can with the staffing resources we have.
Thank you very much.
Sir.
All right, Mr. Driggs?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to welcome the other chiefs who are here tonight. Great leadership team. Appreciate you guys, all of you. The one thing that concerns me a little bit about the report is I realize there are good numbers here, and you guys have a lot to be proud of, but the community perceives an issue still. If you look, for example, at some of these slides and you look at the numbers for the last 12 years, the trend line is up. And certainly, in my experience, there have been a lot more complaints about these property issues, retail theft, and things like that. So I wouldn't want people to come away from this meeting of council thinking that we are complacent or that we're happy, that this is fine. And I'm sure you don't. I'm sure you set higher goals. You always do for yourselves. But there is still a problem. 110 people is not an acceptable outcome for the year. It's not a reflection on CMPD, but it's simply something that our city should not tolerate. So I hope we will continue to work together and to invest in ensuring that our citizens are safe and don't have to fear for their property. I did have a question in that regard. You mentioned 150, I guess, recruits, 164 departures. I assume there were also some hires. But what is the state of manpower right now? So in the past, we know that we had like vacancies. I think there was a 10% or so shortfall. And is there a gap that we still need to fill, or do you have some numbers around that?
We're about 300 down. If you look at our total numbers, but again, that number fluctuates. I think what we've been charged with by the chief of police is very simple, and that's how do we do more with less? Because we recognize, and we talked about the hiring practices, is that takes time. And so as we started an academy class back in, I believe, December. We're starting another one in late February. We graduated, and Ms. Mayfield had talked about that. We graduated 25 recruits. So we're chipping away at that. And again, we're gonna continue to maintain that until we come out of that. Our metrics moving forward in the next 5 to 7 years, I think, and look, I'm very optimistic about this profession. I'm very optimistic about the city and this leadership that's going to be right there with us every step of the way to continue the focus and the pressure. Let's be honest, though. I mean, when we talk about retail theft, Mr. Driggs, we talk about 110 homicides. You know, the police department, unfortunately, has been all things to all people for far too long. And I think now people are starting to recognize that we're but one spoke in the criminal justice wheel, or the, let me say, community safety wheel, right? That we are almost like providing a pain reliever, if you will, for whatever that chaotic moment is. I think that, you know, and you and I talked about it in the doorway, it comes down to legislative support from Raleigh. It is that simple. It is absurd to me that we have maintained the crime numbers that we have since 1990, and Spencer Merriweather is having the exact same number of resources that he had in 1990. And yet our population has exploded. And so when we talk about people walking out of Lowe's with a bunch of tools and nobody does anything about it, well, there's a court system behind that that's backed up and that has difficulties. And I have conversations, as the chief does, with Mr. Merriweather, and they're struggling as well and doing more with less. And so I will say I've known a lot of different district attorneys in my career, and he is a person who is 100% focused on doing everything he can within this jurisdiction for public safety and being a partner with us.
He's a Princeton grad, so he's got to be good.
Yes, sir.
We had an explanation some time ago, a couple of years ago, about calls for service and how you scale the manpower you need from trying to maintain certain response times based on urgency of calls for service. So are we keeping up if we look at that metric of calls for service? Are the response times getting longer, or how are we doing in that respect?
I'm not going to sugarcoat it, and my responsibility is the deputy chief over patrol. Our response times are not where we want them to be. They are, we are experiencing challenges with them, and in the sense that the calls that we do answer are more complicated, they are more nuanced. There are, I'll give you an example, and we talked about this statistic today with the meeting of all of our patrol captains and command staff. The least amount of time it took one of our officers to get through the intake center with an arrestee, and mind you, we made 14,000 arrests in 2022, was an hour and 25 minutes. The longest it took in the last month was 4.5 hours. Now, that officer, I need them back on the street answering calls for service, and they can't if they're inside waiting for a magistrate to appear in the window in order to let us swear to our part of that. So, you know, again, being part of that system and that structure, we need assistance from areas other than the city that maybe from a anecdotal discussion point, we could make some headway. But I see the city as doing our part. I see this body as doing their part. I see this police department as doing our part. But there are other people within the system that need to be held accountable. Our chief has been very specific about that when it comes to magistrate accountability as well as judges, particularly when it comes to bond. And let's be clear, no one in the police department is saying that somebody who steals a tube of toothpaste from the drugstore needs to be sitting on a $2,000 or $3,000 bond. That's not accurate, and that's not applicable, and that's not appropriate. But if you pull a trigger in this community, if you endanger the life and safety and welfare of somebody, you need to be in jail long enough that we can get back out into the neighborhood and restore calm. There are cases upon cases of officers not even finished with the paperwork and magistrates letting people out of jail right back into the very communities that they just wreaked havoc. Now, I don't know about you, but that makes it difficult to tell that man or that woman who just signed up to be a police officer with us that their work matters. And so I'm glad you asked that question. It is a very, it's a passionate topic for us because we see all sides of it and certainly play a part and understand and own our piece of it, but we're not the only ones.
And you know that on our legislative agenda for the state is the request for public safety. So maybe we need to work with you and make clearer what it is that we need from them to help you. And I just want to stress, we appreciate CMPD, all of your men and women. All I'm talking about here is that we have a burden as well to make sure you have what you need. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Driggs.
All right, now we've followed by Ms. Anderson and Ms. Watlington.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Your numbers for recruitment, I think, are looking really good, especially because you're working with a smaller base. So I encourage you to continue to do what you guys are doing in that regard. I wanted to talk about the CARES pilot, and
Yes.
I'm wondering if you could share some insights. I know personally for District 1, some of my constituents have utilized the CARES pilot, and they've seen the impact in the community, specifically the Uptown community. But can you share some insights around that pilot?
I sure will. This team that many of you in this room and you are specifically aware of, they operate, and we talked about that kind of soft launch on December the 8th within the Central Division. Central Division is Uptown, and that is our Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 3, when most people are moving around, and that's when we see a lot of activity for sure. Between December the 8th and January 17th, the team responded to 25 calls for service. 84% of individuals engaged with the team and accepted assistance. That's a good start to that, because it tells us that we're on the right track. And 92% of the calls did not result in an arrest. We had 5 housing-focused follow-ups, engagements with an individual identified as Central Division as generating a very high call volume of 911 calls related to homelessness. And so what we're talking about is providing opportunities and aligning folks, and again, not a uniform standing there, but we're talking about clinicians who are trained and equipped to deal with our homeless population and those experiencing a mental health crisis. So our CARES team, we see a high upside to that. We think it's going to help us with our response times and to be more intentional about the community we serve.
Those are really good numbers, especially the 84% acceptance of service that's offered. So I'm looking forward to that program expanding into some of our other areas where we have a high concentration of the unhoused. I know that it's helping Uptown, and I'm looking forward to that. So with the homicide numbers, you shared the map where it was clear that it's dispersed throughout the entire city. I'm wondering, is there any recurring theme in some of these homicides that are increasing over last year? Are you seeing some baseline recurring themes that maybe we can address acutely?
So as I mentioned, high-risk lifestyles, high-risk behavior. We talked about the drug trade with Mr. Winston's question. I think that, just continuing to see minor disagreements spilling over into deadly conflicts. And I think that our response is always going to be the same. And so we take extra time when we focus on a neighborhood dispute, right? A neighborhood fight or a neighborhood issue. I know we saw a case where kids had gotten into it at a school, at a high school, and that spilled over into deadly violence within the neighborhood, all over disrespect and all over just a disagreement that, looking back, the trajectories of 2 lives and the families and friends associated will never be changed. But those are the challenges that we deal with. If there was a magic pill or a magic panacea for that, I assure you, it's what I think about every night and every day. How do we prevent people from taking that level of violence and taking someone's life?
Lastly, I just want to extend my gratitude to all the work that the officers do in the community. Thank you all for your commitment to the city of Charlotte. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Watlington?
Thank you. I got a couple questions. How you doing?
Hey, how are you, ma'am?
I'm good. So much of what Mr. Driggs spoke about in terms of data and the action plans is where I'm most interested. But before I get into that, real quick question, since we're on this map. Can you just give me a quick rationale, if you've got it, as to why Westover is drawn the way it's drawn? The reason I ask is because I'm looking at the southwest area neighborhoods as you get closer to Nations Ford Road and Arrowwood. I'm just curious as to why Westover Division is cut the way it's cut, given the intensity, if you will, of the violent crime on the west side.
So we look at things like response time. We look at proximity to everything. In fact, the Steel Creek Division, we could probably split that into half and split the South Division into half. As we've grown, we've seen a pretty exponential growth within Westover. We haven't redrawn the division lines in probably a decade or so. It may be time to relook at that when it comes down to it. We are attempting to get the Northwest Division, which will be the new North Division, off the ground. And as we look towards the reasoning behind that, it's to split North Division in the next decade and a half or so. So we've got long-range plans in order to improve those response times. And as we talk about even answering 911 calls, how our 9010s, and you're familiar with that from the last time we talked, we've gotten better on those metrics. But as our population has grown and our lines haven't really been changed, I don't have an answer as to why Westover encompasses that, although I do know that Steel Creek's division, with the amount of square mileage that they have, it's a bear. And I worked down there for a long time in the early 2000s, and today compared to what it was in '03, it's not even the same place.
Yeah, so I would love to see what the plans are to do the redrawing of the divisions here soon. You mentioned the piece about response times, and that was something I did want to circle back from last month. I've asked a couple of times since then, what needs to be true? Do we have an answer to my previous question? What needs to be true to leverage technology for remote call center and remote call taking?
I'm glad you asked, and I saw your email, and I was gonna, I want to give you specific data on that. And the piece that, when we talked about it back last month, you technically could do that, but there are requirements that come in from a quality control, criminal justice standards perspective that are very limiting and quite frankly prohibitive of doing that. We know of no agencies doing that right now. I think we could talk through doing that. I also think that the measures that we've taken to improve the 911 situation have already taken root. In fact, the 9010s that we talked about, and I just said this, have been enhanced dramatically just in the past 60 days, so that we're getting back to 90% of our 911 calls being answered within 10 seconds or less. Our friends at the fire department and medic have also taken charge of that as well to come to the table, and just recently in the last 2 weeks have looked at that. So the home idea was a theory and a thought and an idea that we're fleshing out. We're finding just that there are headwinds in that would be cost prohibitive and also prohibited by the state.
If you could send that list, I want to know what they are, so that as we talk about our legislative agenda and what mitigation plans, we can take action.
Got it. And I will just say, from a cost perspective, our baseline cost would be about $30,000 per person to equip them at their home. And that doesn't take into account if they've got a barking dog or a loud neighbor using a chainsaw or a kid running in. Or whatever. From the criminal justice standpoint, and I'll get this to you, it does come down to protecting criminal justice information that we get. For example, we can run somebody's license. Well, we know that we run that license. It's on a terminal that's designated by the state up in our communications room. And so if we had that just out in somebody's house, the state would not sanction and authorize that as an example, for us to be able to do that. So there were.
If you could just shoot me the list, that'd be great.
I will for sure. Thank you, ma'am.
So I'll go down your list of your priorities.
Yes,
I see
ma'am.
here the 4. With number 1, as it relates to continued efforts to reduce the violent crime, I know that the Alternatives to Violence program has been making some strides. as it relates to the priorities in 2023, can you speak to how CMPD intends to expand upon that program?
The specific program, I'm sorry, say that one more
The
time.
Alternatives to Violence?
Yeah, I don't have any specific data on that program, but I will get back to you on that.
Okay, is Federico here at all, Mr. Jones?
Councilmember, I can weigh in on that.
Thank you, Chief.
So the big thing that is impressive about this whole initiative is that it's not a police initiative. And that's one thing that I'm proud of because, you know, you heard Chief Robinson say earlier that in today's world of policing, that there is a lot of ownership outside of just for police when it comes to crime initiatives. So the violence interrupter programs, we own a very small piece of that, and we work very well with Federico and making sure that, you know, the resources are there for initiatives that he's doing, but we don't own that, and that's probably is a question that's better answered by him. But when it comes to the plans and initiatives that go with it, that does not come from CMPD.
Okay, so I'd be interested to know if there's any scope within CMPD to support those programs, where that falls within your priorities for 2023, just so that as we're planning in our budget and we are understanding, not just for alternatives to violence, but across the board, that we know very clearly, back to Mr. Driggs' point, what needs to be true and how do we show up to help CMPD from where we sit. So that's the intent behind the question, is to just understand very specifically what are the help requests. To that end, the other piece around continued efforts to violent crime, when we talk about the violent crime reduction that we've seen in your charts, and as I sit in the neighborhood meetings and listening to certain neighborhoods talk about what they're facing, they're really looking for what is it that we can do. And so as we understand our data, have we connected the dots to what specifically, similar to what Councilmember Mayfield was asking, what specifically were the drivers for the crime reduction, and how do we leverage those learnings across the board to continue making the reduction?
Well, and that's a great question, and I would point back to the chief's initiatives pertaining to our crime gun suppression team and our VCAT team. I think there is no greater example of continuing to drive down violent crime. And again, we've seen 2 years of 12.5% cumulatively over those past 2 years. You'd be hard pressed to find another major city with those numbers and data sets. I do believe that, again, when we talk about the intentionality behind what our teams are, we're putting our resources, essentially our money where our mouth is. So when we talk about violent crime, we staff homicide appropriately. In other words, if we're focused on, and again, that's an after.
That's what I was going to say, because I want to be clear about what CMPD is doing versus what's actually driving the violent crime down. Because if it's something that doesn't maybe sit with CMPD, but we need to know what's different, how do we equip our neighborhoods, and how do we equip our resources in terms of the city to address it? So I hear the work that CMPD is doing, but what I'm trying to understand is that what's driving the crime reduction?
It's hard to say that. And I said, we're never going to spike the football about successes. We're going to talk about it in terms of partnerships. We're going to talk about it in terms of one person at a time to the end of time. And, one homicide victim in Charlotte is one too many as far as we're concerned. And so when we talk about it, we talk about it in those terms. I think that, from a neighborhood perspective, I think it's very important as elected officials to talk about the relationship that your police department has with you and how that can transpire and how that can grow within our communities. I think that in some communities, we have difficulty talking and getting involved with folks. In other communities, I think where we've got longstanding relationships and those connections, I think it does prove beneficial, because we can talk about things like crime prevention. We can talk about things like something's going on in the neighborhood. And I'll be fair, it doesn't do us any good to go into a neighborhood and say, hey, look here, we're down X number of percentage points. If that doesn't align with the priorities of the neighborhood, then we're wasting our time. And the chief's been very specific about us, again, doing more with less, and that comes down to presence in neighborhoods. I'd like to think that has a preventative effect. It's hard to say. I also think that when we take guns out of the hands of people that we believe would have a potential to use those guns in our jurisdiction, that also prevents crime.
Okay. It may be, Mr. Jones, something for our data analysts to really understand, because I think that's the recurring theme. As hard as our officers are working, our neighborhoods, particularly in certain areas, our neighborhood leaders are asking, what is it that we can do to reduce the crime? And I'm not hearing the connection between what we believe drives crime down and how we're supporting that from a proactive standpoint. So I really want to see some analysis there, so that we know where to put our dollars going forward. You spoke a little bit earlier about the criminal justice system as a whole, more broadly. I just want to make sure, as we are preparing our legislative agenda, that we've got the things captured that we specifically need. We know we need to be helping to lobby for more funding for the DA's office. We know from a gun disposal standpoint that there has been a previous request about being able to address that. So we've got that listed down. Are there any other things specifically that we need to be lobbying for from a legislative agenda standpoint? Because I think about some of the things that I hear in Reed Park, or some of the things that I hear in the Swan area neighborhoods. We talk about repeat offenders, for instance. We talk about the rental registry, and as more homes switch over from owner occupants to rentals, we start to see more transient communities and those kinds of things. Is there a specific, or can we get a specific help request list from CMPD for the things where our hands are tied at a state level? Because
So you hit on the first part, and when it comes to having more capacity in which to engage with folks at the state level, I like the idea of yes, violent criminals and taking violent criminals and, looking at means and methods to prevent them from doing that again. I also, and we've been very strong on this when it comes to diversion and looking at people. Again, we talk about the whole person and looking at circumstances, and so diversion's a big piece. So expanding our probation and parole opportunities. When it comes to, our magistrates, and I think this is a big thing for us, is that, you've heard the chief kind of sound the alarm for a responsible, comprehensive bail initiative, right? To where we're talking about this in very specific terms, but also how reducing and lowering bail makes neighborhoods less safe. Let me say that again. Reducing and lowering bail makes neighborhoods less safe. And so people who don't seem to understand that piece of it are putting neighborhoods at risk. And so from a legislative standpoint, more accountability for magistrates is a big component and a big mission for our department and our chief.
thank you for that. Mr. Jones, from a lobbyist standpoint, I'd like to understand what we're doing in these areas and what needs to be done to get us closer to where we're trying to go. You already spoke about the net FTEs versus what's needed, and I heard you say about 300 down versus where we need to be.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
correct? And you also talked about doing less with more. Are there any additional, operating efficiencies that we can leverage, or is there work being done to see what officers are spending their days on and what they need help with?
So we capture just about every single second of their day in terms of not even just anecdotally, but certainly we know what calls for service. We know what calls for service tend to take the longest. We know what locations cause us the longest, most resources. So we do know that. I think that, from an operational standpoint, our value is in our people and our equipment. And, I talked about how this council and our manager has been specific about providing CMPD the necessary tools in which to be successful and to provide a safe community. I do know that if we could go back to the bail accountability, I know that's one of the chief's kind of heartfelt things. I just want to give him a chance to weigh in. Chief, if you're still there.
Yeah, I think my system, can you hear me? Well, I think I'll stay in long enough to speak on it real quick.
We got you, sir.
I just want to be clear. I've always been an advocate Am I coming in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I've always been an advocate for, when we talk about bail reform, so I understand that there are certain crimes that you don't want to make money be the reason that somebody is or is not able to get out. I think what Chief Robinson is referring to are your most dangerous repeat violent offenders that we continue to give opportunities to get back out and commit these crimes and prey on the citizens of Charlotte. So when I talk about reforming that and having accountability and the work that we've been doing, we have a legislative now we're getting support behind, and that we'd like to introduce as soon as possible, that's going to put more accountability. And there are certain crimes that I truly believe that should not be in the hands of magistrates to make that determination on bail. So the goal is to put that individual in front of a judge, much like we do domestic violence cases. So hopefully we can see some of this come to fruition throughout this year, but I will be certainly asking council for support with this and move forward with other associations and other associations dealing with law enforcement across our state.
Thank you. And then my last question has to do with the pipeline programs aligned with your number 2 priority. And I just would like to understand, I know one of the things coming out of our Safe Charlotte program was hiring staff to do program evaluations. Where are we with that? Do we have any understanding of what programs, specifically our youth programs, are working from a diversion standpoint and also from building or filling the pipeline for future officers? I just would like to understand where are we with that initiative?
Specifically, I will say that we have a very successful diversion program. We have a very successful youth program, particularly our cadet program. And we had a graduation earlier this year where we graduated a large number of young high school aged kids. We've got folks that have come through the academy that were cadets. So it works. It's part of our strategy. I think that, when we talk about every person, every opportunity to engage every single time, I think that we can look to kind of large-scale things that improve our standing in the world to make policing an attractive option. But we've also got to be specific, too, about how we go after that person who may have an interest in law enforcement and showing them what it's really about.
Do we have program evaluation data yet?
I personally don't have that with
Okay.
me for this, but we can certainly follow up and get that, for
Okay,
sure.
thank you so much. I
Yes, ma'am.
appreciate you.
Thank you. I appreciate you as well.
All right, and now I'd like to recognize Ms. Molina.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. First, I have to begin by saying thank you for your service to our community. Chief Jennings, thank you so much for serving our community. I specifically have to also call out the captains of the East Side. Captain Sanders, Captain Ford, and Captain Fishbach. They are amazing leaders that I'm growing to, really enjoy working with and having conversation with. And they also were at the East Side Intergovernmental Summit, and they also came to my town hall and they delivered some information around East Charlotte specifically. And I have to tell you that I was pleasantly surprised and even, extremely happy, and that's Eastway divisions have actually had a decline in crime. And so subsequently, what I'd done prior to the summit that we had, actually prior to my town hall and prior to the summit, I sat down with the 3 captains from East Charlotte, and we had a very in-depth conversation, getting to know them and having a better understanding of what they needed from us as a governing body, and in particular, me as the representative on council for East Charlotte. And what they brought to my attention in that meeting was how violent offenders actually gain access to weapons. And he brought, actually the 3 of them concurrently brought to my attention that happens through weapons being made available in unlocked vehicles. which I was unaware of, among many things that they brought to my attention at that meeting, but I promised them a subsequent meeting where I could actually go to, my colleagues and provide that information so that we, from a policy perspective, can partner with you, because what I'm interested in getting to know them and having them get to know me is how I can partner, like you're saying, with them for the solutions that you need to do your jobs effectively. And so that was one I heard resounding. If you could speak to that, I don't know how that resonates beyond East Charlotte, because of course I haven't met with any other captains besides the captains in East Charlotte, but I don't know how that data is relative to the entirety of our city. I don't know if you have any information with regards to that.
Well, I will say your name and that conversation came up today in our large-scale command staff meeting, and talked about the partnership with their council member, and I appreciate that. And what it shows is a collaborative spirit between you and the police leadership of the East Side to address our most pressing issues. And I think when we talk about firearms being in the hands of children and juveniles who use them even inadvertently to create a negative outcome, I think we also have to speak just as intently about alleged responsible gun owners who leave weapons unsecured in unlocked vehicles. And I think that is from a strategic standpoint, something I believe that whether it's ordinance or state law, that we have to speak intentionally about what effect that's having on our community. And just the other night in the Uptown, we had several guns taken out of otherwise unlocked or some glass breaks, but taken out of vehicles. And to me, if you are responsibly owning a weapon, you need to responsibly store that weapon so it doesn't fall into the wrong hands. So I think there's opportunities for us there. The bigger issue, though, is that partnership and that dialogue. I think they consider themselves to have a very effective dialogue with you, and that means the world to us and our chief as far as what that should look like. And we appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And with that, there was one other piece of information that I actually saw in this slide outside of my conversations with the captains on the East Side, particularly around the workforce and the amount of resignations. Because I think we have to be mindful of, the expectation and the growing expectation that we have of the people, the men and women who serve us in that capacity, is their well-being. We're asking them to partner with us so that we can be responsible for the well-being of our residents. But, in that, it looks like, based on the demonstrated information here, that we're actually losing them. So I don't know that we have that with specificity as to why we're losing them, but I would like to know why. Because I think this is kind of a double-edged, or a double, it's dual, right? We have to make sure that we are taking care of our populations and our residents and serving them to the best of our capacity. But we also have to make sure that the people who protect and serve are healthy enough to continue to do that work. And so what I see based on the information here, to some degree, is that we're actually, and it's a growing number, which that says that there could possibly be an issue with how our actual force is feeling because they're resigning from the job. I understand the idea of great resignation, but I don't think that a person with bills and responsibility just says, I'm going to leave my job because I still have bills that have to be paid. So you have to have, in my opinion, a great burden to feel as though you're going to walk away from what is paying your livelihood, unless you have something, of course, set up. But again, when we make those types of changes, there's something that, informs us to make that decision. So I don't know what the climate is or what the current conversations are around the workforce and resignations, but maybe you can,
So I appreciate that, and I do know that, every resignation we take personally, and I know we'll do an exit interview with our human resources staff. We'll find out exactly what went wrong in the process. I do know of a large, medium-sized city, also in North Carolina. That had 8 recruits that went through their police academy. 8. All 8 of them resigned before they ever hit the street permanently. Now, if you think about what went into that, and this was in Asheville, and I think the chief up there attended a conference where he was literally at his wit's end. And I think it comes down to a couple of things, is that we want to be more intentional about showing somebody what this job really is. Now, if we graduated 25 recruits last month and all 25 are gone by February, I think you would have some serious questions for leadership within Charlotte and our chief, and we'd have to really go back to the drawing board. I will say that people today tend to leave with the understanding they'll get a job or use this job as leverage for another one, right? It's not as much of a calling as it was back in the day. I will say, though, we had 1,650 officers that didn't resign, and that although it seems dramatic to see that number going up, that's a number that we're concerned about, but it's not a deal breaker for us. We understand that people take this job. I'd rather somebody resign because it's not for them than to stay and then to decide that it's not for them in the midst of a crisis and make a decision or a mistake, God forbid, that would lead us to national prominence for the wrong reasons, if that makes sense. I've got some feelings about that. Ultimately, we don't want anybody to leave, but we want people to be here for the right reasons.
Okay. No, that's good feedback. And so my only ask, because I think my colleagues did a really good job of articulating some of, the concerns based on the data, is just, I'm really looking for those opportunities to continue the partnership, especially with what I've already started on the east side. I really have and continue to enjoy a great open dialogue with the captains that serve East Charlotte. And they give me relevant data and feedback, and I'm in the opportunities where I can be, where they are resident facing, and that's been excellent. I think I went to the kids, cars and cops.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, my screensaver is literally like this cool car that I was sitting in, and it was so fun. I think I had more fun than the kids, but it was so great. But I just saw a whole bunch of really happy residents at the the Independence Division, getting the opportunity to see our public servants in that capacity. And as many opportunities as we can offer to our residents, I think it is beneficial for them to see, our servants humanized in that way and understand that it's really a partnership. And just like this is a partnership. So the feedback that says, like, Councilwoman Watlington was saying, that the information that can best inform us to how to create policy so that we can be, effective partners is what we would need. And you're already doing a great job at providing that. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that partnership.
Thank you.
Okay. We have our public forum tonight, and so we're going to ask our fire chief, Reggie Johnson, to come in February, but we will have the medic presentation during the manager's report. So, Ms. Ajmira.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Deputy Chief Robinson, thank you so much for all that you do, and thank you, Chief Jennings, for everything that you do. I'm certainly very impressed with the results of the crime gun suppression team. I know it's a newly formed team it's only been a year, but results look great from this effort. So I certainly appreciate the work that's being done there. I know a couple of times legislative agenda item was raised, so I just wanted to give you all an update on that, especially the Pretrial Integrity Act and that is for our holding that clearly provides language and accountability measures for our magistrates and just establishing greater consistency in pretrial management. So that work has been collaborative effort between CMPD, DA's office, and magistrates. And I know as of last week, our staff person Dana Fenton had a meeting with police chief, and that conversation continues. However, at this point, from what I understood from Dana, that we are not ready to add that item to our legislative agenda because chief is still working with other groups to build consensus. But I just want CMPD and the staff to know that we stand ready, at least I stand ready to support that ask, because I know that's been an ongoing issue. And I hear that loud and clear from Mr. Drakes, Ms. Watlington. There just needs to be more work that needs to occur at this point. I appreciate the update that you provided on 911 operators hiring. There are two issues that often have come up during my interaction with the community. One is the response time, right? And I know that CMPD has initiated multiple efforts and programs to address lowering the response time. I would be interested in seeing updated data as to how we are doing with some of those programs and whether they're working. Also, some sort of update on drag racing, because that's been an issue that has really have come up in my conversations with the community, not just in one part of town, but throughout the city. And how are we, I know that there have been multiple arrests that have been made, but how are we doing in terms of preventing or reduction of drag racing? So if you could just provide an insight into that, that would be very helpful.
Will do. I do know really quickly that our 911 trajectory is heading in the right direction. I do know, too, that upon the media outlets that had reported some drag racing issues several months ago, the chief of police immediately directed that we move resources to develop a task force and a response to that, including a detective and some division officers as well as some transportation officers. I know that that problem has subsided a bit. I think that, but it will always be an issue. So what we're looking at long term is more of a templated response from each division, so that number one, divisions communicate. Number two, that we're hitting the right areas to try and prevent these type of street takeovers. I know nothing is more infuriating than driving down the road and have a road being taken over by folks doing burnouts in the middle. So that is a huge priority for this organization, as directed by the chief.
And is there anything that you need from the council to address this issue, especially drag racing? Anything that we can do? Obviously, you know, it was great to hear when you said that we are doing our part and that city is doing everything that we can to support you all. Obviously, you need resources from other agencies, especially from legislators in Raleigh, to address some of the issues with magistrates and our judicial system. But is there anything else that we could look into as we look at our 2023 priorities, especially with our retreat coming up and our budget coming up? I'd be interested in hearing that.
I believe the chief wants to weigh in on this. Chief?
Yes, if I can go without any technical difficulties. What I can tell you, council member, is that we have some very robust laws in the state of North Carolina that helps us deal with street racing. And we have, the reason we have been successful in countering some of the street racing we've seen, particularly in other major cities, is because of those laws and our use of them. When you see us stand in front of the media with 60-something cars throughout an investigation that we have seized is pretty promising for our ability to be able to stop that. And that message gets around. So we'll continue to do that. We'll continue to seize vehicles. If people want to partake in those activities, then they're going to lose their vehicles. So we have some really good tools in place for us. So I don't really have an ask of council that we need anything else to be able to combat those incidents that we see in Charlotte.
Thank you, Chief Jennings. And now that you're back online, I I know that you're working with Dana on the Pretrial Integrity Act, which was originally, we were planning on introducing that bill in January of, actually this month. Could you give an update on that? I know that Dana, when I talked to last, he had shared that it's still premature at this point. So are we pushing that timeline further down to make sure that we have consensus and support that we need to get that approved?
Well, let me just start by saying I absolutely do not want to push that timeline back. I've had a conversation recently with Dana as well. I do have to speak with the Chiefs Association president or lobbyist Fred Baggett that I plan on making a phone call because I really want this pushed in as quickly as possible. I know there's some things that will probably have to go through committee and be reviewed and possibly even changed. But if you look at the gist of the entire legislation, it has in there what we need to better keep our community safe. So I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that this is not pushed back further, even if that means that, I'm on the phone myself making those calls.
Well, I appreciate that, Chief. I think Dana will probably take you up on that offer of making calls. But I look forward to getting that done to really get the support that CMPD has asked for and deserves. Thank you.
All right. This has been a very resource-filled presentation, so thank you. It's given, I think, every council member the opportunity to comment on some things that we need some follow-up, some things that will be a part of our budget. So with that, I'm going to call this meeting and ask us to get downstairs for our public forum and our business meeting. I want to thank all of you that have come, and for the firefighters that will be coming back, you'll be welcome just as it's equally. So thank you very much. And now we'll go downstairs for our business meeting.
Thank you.
for attending the January 23rd City Council meeting for the City of Charlotte. And we're glad, and we want to say thank you for your patience. We just had an excellent presentation on our police department and what we're trying to accomplish and do, and a lot of the work that they're doing in partnership with the community, as well as what they're doing internally to ensure that we work very hard to make our city one of the safest that we can have. So today, I want to call our business meeting to order, and we will go around the dais for introductions. We'll begin with this side, our city clerk.
Stephanie Kelly, City Clerk.
Dimple Ashmira at large.
Marjorie Molina, District 5.
Good evening, James Mitchell at large.
Good evening, LaWanna Mayfield, City Council at Large.
Marcus Jones, City Manager.
Vi Lyle serving as mayor.
Braxton Winston, Mayor Pro Tem.
Malcolm Graham, District 2.
Good evening, Ed Driggs, District 7.
Tara Bakari, D6.
Dante Anderson, District 1.
Hey, y'all, hey, Victoria Watlington, District 3.
Good evening, Patrick Baker, City Attorney.
All right, thank you, everyone. I think we have some former elected officials in the audience. I can see Ms. Carter. Is there anyone else that we have in our audience? We want to say thank you for your service. I want to say that we begin our meeting with an invocation or an expression that fits our community, and it is followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I will be giving our thought for this evening, and it's about us solemnizing our proceedings and hopeful that we can work well with each other and continue to be a part of this great community in a way that you will respect the way that we work. We also will then follow up for the Pledge of Allegiance, and today it will be led by the Boy and Girl Scout Troops 70 and 70G. And I can see that they're all on the front row ready to stand when it's time for the pledge. So let's go ahead and get this party started. How about that? Let's see, I do have some notes here that I want to use. I hope I still have them. Since this is now beginning the end of our January where we have resolutions, I've been thinking a lot about purpose and what that means for our community. And I try to remember that true progress is about creating a community where everyone has opportunity to thrive. It is about building a city that is fair and just for everyone. And it tells us that as the Charlotte City Council and the community works together, that we have the power to shape this community, to shape our future and build upon that is truly equitable and inclusive. And so my thought for tonight is let's work together. Let's work together towards a better future, one step at a time, building a livable city where justice is at the forefront of every action that we take. And with that, I'm going to ask our troop to stand, and if everyone would choose to stand, or if you'd like to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Now, I don't know if you want to stay and watch all of this, but you're welcome
You
to,
really don't.
unless you have homework or something better to do. All right, so with that. I want to recognize Councilmember Mitchell to talk about the troop that's joining us tonight.
Mayor and Council, thank you so much, and I'm going to try to be brief, but I think when we have the opportunity of our young leaders to be here and witness this, I want to bring attention to them. This is Paul Tuckett, Troop 70, as the mayor said, serving boys and girls. They were formed in 1989. Many opportunities they learned to advance leadership, community service, and recreation and outdoor and environment. Ms. Cobb, thank you for allowing them to be here. Currently, Troop 70 boys have 60 Eagle Scouts, and Troop 70 girls have 2 Scouts that are currently working the process of completing your Eagle project. Thank you for being here, and good luck. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, now if you choose to leave, it's okay. Thank you very much. So we're going to now go to our public forum, and we have speakers tonight that will join us to address the city council. So we have a little bit of a protocol around this. When you come down, you'll have 3 minutes to speak, and those 3 minutes will be devoted to just listening to you. As we listen to you, we have a team of people that will be taking notes on the actions that you've asked us to take, and those actions will be researched and then followed up by the staff, and you will have a communication that you will get later either by phone or email or however we contacted you. So with that, we're going to start our public forum, and today we're going to start with Mr. Burke, Jimmy Burke. Would you come, are you present? And if you would come down. We do have 2 podiums here, and I'm going to ask the second speaker to come down as well. Please be careful, those steps are very steep. The next speaker that I have is Cynthia Salinger. Salazar. Thank you. All right. Mr. Burke?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I was here last June, and in November of last year, this council voted unanimously to amend an ordinance concerning animal care and control, specifically reducing the number of days that an individual convicted of cruelty, abuse, or neglect of animals had to appeal to Superior Court. That change, that amendment went from 30 days to 10 days. As a volunteer at Animal Care and Control, I just wanted to, in person, say thank you to you all. There are a number of individuals and others groups that were involved in this, and they are too numerous for me to name them all, plus it is highly likely I would inadvertently omit someone. But I do have some individuals that I would like to call out that I know were very involved in moving this forward. Councilman Driggs was one of them, Assistant City Manager Brent Cagle, Josh Fisher, who is the Director of Animal Care and Control, the shelter on Byram Drive, Shannon Harkey, who is the shelter manager, and Judy Story, who is a shelter volunteer, and the city attorney's office. I just wanted to thank all of them, all of these folks, for their efforts moving this forward. It's a huge win for the animals. Thank you.
Mr. Burke, let's thank you as well as a volunteer at our shelter and someone that cares deeply. Thank you for coming down tonight and giving us that appreciation.
You're very welcome, Mayor.
All right, Ms. Salazar.
Good evening, everybody. First, I want to congratulate everybody because I think everybody here is doing the best that they can at all times. And as part of that, I wanted to speak up on an issue that I'm really concerned about at the moment. It's the fatalities and the car accidents. North Carolina ranks within the top 10 states in terms of fatalities due to car accidents in the entire country. That to me is a little alarming. And then it makes me look deeper into what the causes may be. We have a range of them. There is distracted driving, which I know that some rules have been implemented, but I'm not exactly sure how well they're being monitored. Because, I mean, the other day I was driving on Ardrey Kell, which isn't really that big of a road. It does get busy sometimes. And there were 2 separate car accidents, one on either side. One of them in front of me, well, not directly in front of me, it was diagonal. Anyway, it was a 3-car accident. The middle car was flipped completely upside down. And then on the other side, there were 2 cars. Okay, that's just one. And this happens every single day, and I'm only talking about the Ballantyne Provincetown area because that's where I live. But it really, after looking at all the numbers, this is a citywide issue. And these just keep going up and up and up. So I'm just wondering what exactly is being done for this. I know that there's an initiative, but it doesn't, I just don't see what the progress has been since it's come into place, because as far as I've seen, this initiative started in 2015, and yet the numbers since then have still continued to rise. I know that specifically the areas that I'm thinking about around Ardrey Kell and Johnston Road, there's a lot of dark spots. At night, I mean, it's really difficult to see around there. I'm not surprised if there are a lot of accidents at night. Then, of course, during the daytime, I'm just worried because there's more people that are going to be coming into the city, and I also understand that every city has its own driving culture. The one here in Charlotte is very unclear. There are some people that follow, New York City driving rules, and they just drive like an animal because that's what it's like.
Okay, any New Yorkers in the audience, just...
I used to live in Brooklyn, so yeah, but I try to be considerate. Anyway, and then, you have the other people that might be from a more pleasant place, like actual Charlotte, and they drive at a more respectable rate. So I'm just wondering what you guys will be doing. Yes, I know that's my time. Okay.
So thank you very much for coming down. We will get information to you on what we're trying to accomplish and let you see what the programs will be. Thank you very much.
And call me, please. Call me.
Okay. All right. Our next speaker is Daniel Redford, followed with Kate Murphy. If both of you would come down. Ms. Murphy, please. Go ahead and begin.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Manager Jones, City Council member. For those who don't know you, my name's Daniel Redford. I serve as the president of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Fraternal Order of Police. You probably got my email Saturday. I stand before you tonight in hopes that we can aggressively work together on pay and benefits for our CMPD brothers and sisters. As you know, CMPD is hundreds of officers short, and the growth that we have seen in this city is making it harder for the officers that we have to manage as more and more events are brought into this city, as well as the calls that are continuously coming in. I do want to also start off by saying that I do appreciate the work that we've been able to accomplish over the years, so I don't want that to be overshadowed. However, we do look at other cities that are also recognizing the importance of improving pay and benefits. For example, Tampa recently approved an 18.5% salary increase for their city employees. And in comparing them to officers, they will make $20,000 more per year than what a CMPD officer would. Other jurisdictions are offering incentives that aren't offered here that reward employees, such as longevity benefits, health care for their retired employees, callback pay, better uniform options, and many other things. It does pain me, as well as it does my fellow brothers and sisters, to hear Charlotte citizens being placed on hold with 911, only for it to take several hours for an officer to respond to their issues that they're calling 911 for, such as car wrecks, break-ins, and domestic violence cases. I hear our police dispatchers continuously saying on the radio that there are no units available for officers, or there are no units available citywide as people are waiting for police to respond. We must do better so that CMPD can continue to grow and provide the protection and service needed to keep this city safe, as well as our officers safe. A strong investment in significantly increasing CMPD salaries, reinstating their health care when they retire, along with other benefits, will help to attract and retain employees. The FOP and CMPD's pay plan committee have been working on proposals that we will be providing to the city manager. We're meeting this Friday as a committee. As these budget talks begin, we'll provide these recommendations to him. As a world-class city, we should not have to be playing catch-up. I believe our proposals will help make Charlotte the employer of choice that we are all after, and that's why I'm asking you for your support. And finally, I wouldn't be standing here today if the issues that I am addressing or the emails that I send to you weren't real. I didn't have much time, but these are the officers that I was able to get in about 20 hours notice, so I do appreciate them being here as well. But as Councilwoman Molina, you mentioned earlier about why officers are leaving Charlotte. We collect that data. We are in tune with why our officers are leaving. So if you really want to know the reasons why our officers are leaving, we'll be glad to share that data with you. If any of you want to hear from officers directly, our membership meeting is held the first Tuesday of every month at our lodge at 6 p.m., and all of you are invited to attend. So I do appreciate you giving me time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Murphy?
Hi, my name is Kate Murphy, and I serve as the pastor of the Grove Presbyterian Church in East Charlotte. Our mission is inviting all to serve and come alive at Christ, and serving is the center of our life together. For us, that looks like a free after-school program, a free weekly pop-up farmers market, our open to all community garden, a free 6-week freedom school, community meals, yard give, food pantry, day camp Bible school during CMS spring break. The list goes on. We exist to serve our neighbors, and we make sure that everything we do is accessible to everyone without barriers of any kind, especially cost. But we're not a wealthy congregation, and so we have had to pray hard and get really creative about how to use what we do have to serve our neighbors in love. In 2012, we invited a young couple with a lot of relevant ministry experience and a heart for our mission to move into our mostly empty building, to live there for free, and to help us maintain and care for our space and build our outreach ministry and service to our neighbors. Immediately, petty crime on our campus went down, our ministry expanded, and it has been a mutually beneficial arrangement for everyone, the church, the neighborhood, and the family. And city building code allows for churches to have residential dormitory space. In June of 2021, at our regular fire inspection, we were failed for having the dormitory space. Our report said that we needed the approval of the city building code enforcement. Once we worked with the city and got that approval from city building code enforcement, our inspection was changed to say that we needed county building code enforcement, and that is not the same. When the county came and inspected our building, they said that we needed to move the space and undertake extensive renovations and hire an architect, and we did all those things, and we're working with the county to bring the building into compliance with county codes, and the county said the family could continue to live in our space and serve with us while we were coming into compliance. But on November 29th, at a county building change of use meeting, the fire inspector evicted the family and told us that if they were not out by January 1st, he would see to it that our building was disconnected from the power grid. When the family moved out, the fire inspector sent 2 members of his department to watch for several hours. The next day, we opened our building to welcome in our neighbors experiencing homelessness to be part of Room in the Inn. I believe that everyone in this room is working together in good faith to promote flourishing in this community, and I want to be clear. I honor and respect the very important and critical role that the fire inspector plays in our community. But as a non-elected layperson, there are several aspects about this situation that deeply trouble me. I don't understand why the fire inspector who works for the fire department of the city of Charlotte.
It is always one of the hardest things to do to say that this time has ended. But I want to say that I think I see our fire chief up there, and Ms. Murphy. We'll follow up with Renee is going to be following up with you. If you would step down and speak with Renee, that would make a big difference. So thank you very much.
I would like to also personally follow this one, if that's all right. We have to streamline permitting, zoning, all of these functions for 1,000 different reasons. We have to get that done.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Sonia Dates, followed by Evan Scholastes. I hope I was close. Sonia Dates.
They're just doing their jobs, but
They're all doing their jobs. It's like 7.
Is Ms. Dates here?
And they all know the other jobs.
Okay. So Mr. Scholastes?
Schulteis.
Thank you for that. And then could we have Nayland Mulder? Okay, come on down this. Would you mind moving over, Mr. Scholastes, this side of the? That would be great, thank you. All right, please go ahead and begin.
Hello, my name is Evan Schulteis. I have a degree in chemistry from Winthrop University and briefly worked with energy storage technology for the Department of Energy. I would like to open by expressing my support of the initiative being spearheaded by 350 Charlotte and other local environmental groups tonight, the continuation of the Olin Creek Solar Farm, which will close approximately 35 to 40% of the remaining gap in Charlotte's clean energy goals. While it is estimated that the delay would result in the city of Charlotte having to pay for the project rather than net a small income, and its completion would be delayed to late this year, this project would reduce dependence on coal or natural gas assets such as Allen Steam Station, the second worst polluted coal plant in the United States, and one that directly impacts my community downstream. This brings me to the primary item I came to speak about tonight, which was the proposed Catawba Crossings project to build a new bridge across North Lake Wylie next to Allen Steam Station. While Allen Steam Station is not as well studied as Marshall Steam Station and the Mooresville community nearby, it is believed that a significant amount of fly ash pollutes the soil around Allen Steam Station on the South Belmont Peninsula. The proposed Catawba Crossings project would result in that fly ash entering Lake Wylie, an already heavily contaminated lake, and affecting downstream communities. I therefore ask the council to vote yes on continuing the Olin Creek solar project and to reconsider their involvement with the proposed Catawba Crossings project on Lake Wylie. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Ms. Mulder?
Thank you. Honorable Mayor Lyles, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members, I currently serve as the Chair of Charlotte International Cabinet that represents international and cultural diversity we have in Charlotte. Charlotte continues to gain national and international attention for its attempts to become a truly global city. Global cities focus on attracting and retaining international talent, investment, and so does Charlotte. As an advisory board responsible for promoting Charlotte as an international city, we commend the city on its commitment. As a continuation of sharing CIC updates and recommendations, I'm back here in front of you to share 3 items. First, to commend the work the city has done to move forward language access policy and starting to develop international business relations strategy, which have been recommended by CIC. Second, to share what CIC has been working on. We set our top priorities for the year as ongoing support for Charlotte's international strategy development, 25th year MICA Awards, SDGs, and organizing forums to convene the international and immigrant communities to raise issues facing the community, promote collaboration, and derive CIC recommendations to the city. In October, we held Charlotte Community Immigrant Forum with immigrant organizations in USCIS Charlotte office. Forum discussions recognized Charlotte becoming welcoming certified city, city's workforce development grants, and led to CIC recommendation to reestablish the Naturalized Charlotte Committee and keep the naturalizedcharlotte.org website current. In December, we held a forum to re-engage with North Carolina Consular Corps and discussed how CIC and NCCS can collaborate more to engage international communities in Charlotte. Third, we continue to recommend to formalize Charlotte's commitment to sustainable development goals in order to further position Charlotte as a global city. 1, include SDGs and international strategy. 2, formally sign on as a partner for UN SDG goals. 3, commit to conducting periodic voluntary SDG progress reviews like New York, LA, Orlando, and Pittsburgh in US. UN adopted 17 SDGs that include sustainable cities and communities, reduce inequalities, quality education, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation, and more. And I have distributed pages that list all of them. They have the power to create a better world and better future for everyone. The city, the county, and Charlotte businesses are already doing significant work from improving equity and mobility to corridors work you're doing to clean water and energy sustainability, which all align to SDGs. In our February meeting, we plan to review what more CIC can do to support the international strategy and how SDG commitments could align to global business interests in Charlotte. So I'm here tonight to respectfully request City Council to take formal action to assess and implement these SDG recommendations as they relate to our international communities and determine how CIC can support further action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speakers are Thomas Ratliff and Jimmy Berry. Mr. Ratliff and Mr. Berry. If you would tell us your name and go ahead and begin, please.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. My name is TJ Ratliff. I recently moved to the Sugar Creek NODA area of Charlotte from Columbus, Ohio, and I'm excited to be at my first city council meeting ever. I was at the county budget meeting on Wednesday and was politely informed that a lot of the things that I brought up were city issues and not county issues, so here I am. I'm here to advocate for more funding for car-free transportation options. I consider myself a car light person trending towards car free. I want to acknowledge that my car light lifestyle is my choice, and the danger I feel navigating around the city must be half or a third what a person with vision disabilities feels every day. I also acknowledge that there are more underserved communities in Charlotte that could use more sidewalks, bike lanes, green spaces, and transit outside of NODA in my immediate neighborhood. At the same time, I have to speak to what I know. One of the things that inspired me to move to Charlotte was the Blue Line. When I visited, I was amazed at the prospect of being able to grab a drink in South End, Uptown, and NODA on the same night without ever getting in an expensive Uber. The Blue Line is the reason that I picked this city over comparable cities such as Raleigh or Nashville. I use the train all the time, including to get to this meeting today. It is discouraging to see the time between trains to have lengthened recently, worsening the commuter experience. When I moved, I picked an apartment close to the Blue Line, which coincidentally happened to be on the future site of the Cross Charlotte Trail. Right now, I have to walk in the road and get passed by large buses on my way to and from the Sugar Creek Light Rail Station. Finishing segment 7 of the Cross Charlotte Trail will provide adequate sidewalks to get to the station safely. Finishing segment 6 of the Cross Charlotte Trail would help me be able to get safely to NODA. I know that the amount of money for sidewalks, Vision Zero, and biking has increased between the 2022 and 2023 budgets. To that I say, good job, keep going. Fund the blue and gold line better, build the silver line faster, design the red line in any other color you can think of. Consider an e-bike rebate program like Atlanta or Columbus. Complete the Cross Charlotte Trail and close the existing gaps in our Greenway network, and then plan and build a second east-west Cross Charlotte Trail as quickly as possible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I think we're going to hire you as a lobbyist. Thank you. All right. Our next speaker is Alexandra Bryant and Zenas Henderson. Bryant and Ms. Henderson.
We might need to huddle up on lobbying strategy.
So go ahead and if you'll start and give us your name.
Hi, I'm Alexandra Bryant, and I'm a local resident of Charlotte, North Carolina. On July 1st, 2020, Chief Jennings stated, "We are never going to move the needle and build community relations until we recognize how the community wants to be policed. That will require all of us, every single one of us, coming together to make this community safer and the CMPD a better department. Residents are encouraged to engage with the CMPD to provide input how they want the department to best serve the community, and staff is empowered to hold each other accountable, to hold to the highest standards of interaction with residents. As the sales coordinator, iCrime Fighter, I am here tonight to request an increase in funding for CMPD and budget approval for iCrime Fighter, an effort to implement a software solution across the community that will aid in keeping our residents and students at higher educational institutions safe. Founded by 2 law enforcement officers in 2011, iCrime Fighter is an AWS GovCloud-based CGIS-compliant digital evidence collection, storage, and transfer solution. It remains far superior than any other DIMS in the market, as it allows law enforcement agencies, county attorneys, Title IX coordinators, offices of student conduct at colleges and universities, students, citizens of our community, and any other individual or agency involved in a crime case to safely and efficiently collaborate. 3 ways ICF can improve our community is time, accountability, and community engagement. ICF allows public safety professionals to seamlessly streamline digital evidence from the field to the courtroom so they can dedicate more time making a positive impact in our community. ICF's case history feature is an audit trail that timestamps every incident associated to a case. Community members want to see a decrease in crime rate. Community members can assist by taking videos from their phones, their Ring doorbells, and home security cameras. Moreover, retail stores are willing to provide surveillance footage. With ICF's Evidence Anywhere feature, departments can collect that evidence with their cell phones by sending a secure link for the community members to automatically upload to that case file. I hope you will see the value in the solution I present to you today, and I want to thank each and every one of you for all that you do for our community.
Thank you very much, and we look forward to having more conversations about this topic in the next several months. All right, Ms. Henderson?
Hello, hello, council. What I'm asking for is very brief. I am just here to get a work badge reinstated for the Charlotte Airport, which is owned by the city of Charlotte, and that's all I'm here for. And yeah.
Okay. Great. Okay. Thank you. All right. All right, and I do believe that is the end of our, Madam Clerk, is that the end of our speakers list for the forum?
Speaker 12 is not going to be present tonight.
Right, thank you. All right, thank you, everyone. As I said, we will get some information back to each of you that have spoken as we go through this.
And I was told that I was on the list. I verified that.
She's on the business item. This is for a business item. This was for people that just wanted to come and express, but no, we still have a list of speakers that will be coming down to speak on business items, okay? All right, thank you very much for letting us know that. Sometimes it can be confusing. All right, so we've already considered our consent items. Our next item is item number 7. We're going to now open the public hearing for Albemarle Corporation Business Investment Grant. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers?
Move to close.
We have a motion to close and to approve the city's share of a business investment grant to Albemarle Corporation not to exceed the amount of $7,239.18 over 12 years. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? All right, thank you. The next item is item number 8. It is the city manager's report, and at this point, we're going to turn it over to Medic for a presentation on the work that they are currently doing. Thank you for your patience.
John Peterson.
Mr. Peterson?
What are you doing, dude? I'm just looking at him.
If you would introduce the gentleman joining you.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and present to you. My name is John Peterson. I'm the Executive Director at Medic, and with me tonight I have, to my left, Dr. John Studnick. John is our Deputy Director of Operations at Medic, and to his left is Dr. Doug Swanson. Dr. Swanson is our Medical Director at Medic. So again, appreciate the opportunity to meet with you this evening and to go over with you a brief report on our response configuration. So we can go to the next slide, please. So just to kind of give you an overview of what we hope to accomplish in the presentation, specifically with the why, the what, and the who. We want to make sure that we go through these items with you and make sure that that you have, we are going to discuss the period of time. One of the things that I want to make sure I go over with is the WHO, which is a collaborative effort from the very beginning of putting together this project. And I'd like to specifically thank the Charlotte Fire Department and CMPD for their participation with us in creating this new model for responses within Mecklenburg County, also our Medical Control Board and our Agency Board of Commissioners. Next slide, please. So why change response configuration within Mecklenburg County? First of all, our current response and outcomes are misaligned. What I mean by that is that in today's EMS system with MEDIC, 76% of the time that we respond to calls, we are responding with lights and sirens as if it is a life-threatening emergency. Once we arrive on scene, have an opportunity to do an assessment on the patient, we realize that only about 5% of the time are those patients actually suffering from a life-threatening emergency. That means that we have a disproportionate number of emergency responses in this community versus the number of emergent patients. So what this proposal hopes to do and plans to do is to protect our sickest patients by realigning the system to be better aligned so that ambulances can be more readily available to respond to those sickest patients. And we'll talk a little bit more about how we intend to do that on future slides. So next slide, please. One of the ways that we intend to do that is to reduce our lights and sirens usage in Mecklenburg County. Why should we do that? There's a lot of literature that has been proposed and studies over the years going all the way back to the 1990s about lights and sirens response within communities throughout the United States. Most recently, there was a white paper that was written by the National Highway Traffic and Safety Administration back in 2017 that made a suggestion for EMS systems throughout the country to rethink how they respond lights and sirens into communities and to consider reducing that. Part of the reason for that is what we know is that the minute that we turn our lights and sirens on and start responding in our community, we increase our chance of a crash by 50%. So it is one of the most, if not the most dangerous things that our employees at MEDIC do every day. We also know that average response times actually only change by about 42 seconds to 3.8 minutes with lights and sirens. So it's a very minimal amount of time that it actually saves considering the potential risk. And most recently, back in February of this year, there was a group of about 14 agencies, including the American Ambulance Association, the International Association of Fire Chiefs, and the International Association of EMS Physicians that wrote a position statement basically outlining a request for EMS systems throughout the country to reduce their lights and sirens usage. Next slide, please. So what I'd like to go over now is I'll invite Dr. Studnick to come up and speak, and we're going to talk to you a little bit about tip to tail how a 911 call works within Mecklenburg County.
Thank you, JP, Madam Mayor, City Council. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. Go into a little bit more of the technical details of what this means for the City of Charlotte and Mecklenburg County in general, and how we're going to manage responses to emergencies in Mecklenburg County. So, as you may know, if you call 911 within Mecklenburg County and specifically today the City of Charlotte, your phone call is answered by Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department. They ask a question as soon as the phone is picked up. Do you need police, fire, or medic? If a caller says they need medic, that phone call is then transferred to our emergency medical dispatch center that we house within our headquarters off of Wilkinson Boulevard. And our trained telecommunicators will then answer that phone call that's been transferred to us from CMPD. We then go through a process of asking specific questions to callers to determine their medical complaint and assess the potential severity of that medical complaint. This is a protocolized set of questions that are asked of every caller, and we call this medical priority dispatch. Medical priority dispatch allows us to determine the call type and the potential severity based on the information gathered from the caller and the call taker, we then will classify a call into one of several categories to determine how quickly we dispatch an ambulance and how quickly we should target having that ambulance arrive on scene. And those targets are what we call our response configuration. So if we move to the next slide, we'll see what our current response configuration in Mecklenburg County looks like today. One more click, please. Thank you. So today there are 3 different configurations of responses within our community. And a little bit deeper in response configuration, what I mean is our time target, whether or not we respond lights or sirens, and whether or not we ask first responders such as the Charlotte Fire Department to respond with us. Today we have 3 primary response configurations. One at a 10:59 response time target and one at a 12:59 response time target. Those are both immediate dispatch of an ambulance and a first responder and everybody going lights and sirens. So we see here where the statistic earlier, 69% of our responses today are an emergent lights or sirens response. We also have one response time criteria that's non-emergent. It is a 60-minute response, which we do not dispatch an ambulance immediately, but we wait until there are appropriate amount of resources within the community to dispatch to low acuity patients that likely do not have a life-threatening emergency, and that's about 22% of our patients today. Now, that 60-minute response time window came about during the height of the pandemic when resources were stretched, we had increasing call volumes and increasing number of low acuity patients. We received permission from our agency board of commissioners and our medical control board to institute the 60-minute response time window. Now, we know that there may be more nuance than a 60-minute window requires, and that is why we're here today to share with you our updated response configuration. So we'll move to the next slide and talk about where we will be moving to relative to responses in this coming quarter. One more click, please. Thank you very much. So as we see on that top line, responses to life-threatening emergencies remains largely unchanged. We have a 10-minute and 59-second response time window. We will be immediately dispatching those calls with our first responders, and everybody will be going lights and sirens to these calls. And we see that this will constitute about 19% of our call volume. This is largely unchanged. And so when we talk about life-threatening emergencies, what we're talking about is patients in cardiac arrest whose heart has stopped, patients who have difficulty breathing and unable to speak clearly between sentences, folks that have an altered mental status and aren't thinking or acting or behaving clearly. These are life-threatening or potentially life-threatening emergencies. We then see underneath that, we will no longer respond lights and sirens to the rest of these call classifications. However, the 15-minute response time window will have an immediate ambulance and first responder dispatch. So we will dispatch right away once we understand the nature of the emergency and the location of the patient. We will aim to arrive there in 15 minutes, and that will constitute about 18% of our volume. We will dispatch first responders on many of those calls, but not all of them, reserving our first responders only for those calls where we know that our trained EMTs that work with our fire departments are able to have an impact on patient care immediately upon their arrival. We have a new 30-minute response time window, non-emergency, sometimes with the fire department and sometimes without. We retain a 60-minute response time window. We have a 90-minute response time window, and those are for patients that are primarily transferred back to us from one of our 3 nurse lines that we work with for low acuity patients. If you have a very low acuity illness, we will often transfer you to a nurse line operated by one of our 2 healthcare systems or our community crisis line to see if they can intervene prior to dispatching an ambulance. Sometimes patients get through that secondary triage and all they need is transportation. We will offer them a lift a Lyft or Uber, so an actual Lyft, or an Uber to the healthcare destination of their choice. And if they don't feel comfortable in a Lyft, we will still send an ambulance, but we have a very broad response time window for these non-critically ill patients. And so that, and then our final response determination is there are some incidents that occur in our community that will be evaluated first by first responders. So low critical motor vehicle collisions, unknown problems within our community. We'll ask our first responder partners to determine if there's a patient on that scene, and if they are, an ambulance will respond. But if there's no patient, if it's just a motor vehicle collision with property damage, they'll clear that scene and an ambulance won't be dispatched, preserving resources for more acutely ill patients within our community. And so those are the broad strokes of how we are going to respond to emergencies in the future. 2 response priorities where you'll receive an immediate ambulance dispatch, and 3 response priorities where we will wait to dispatch an ambulance until we have the appropriate resources positioned in our community to do so and still be able to respond to our high acuity emergencies. I'm going to take the next slide and pass it over to Dr. Swanson, who's going to discuss the safety profile and what we have learned over this past year operating a low acuity dispatch priority in our 60-minute window.
Thank you, and also thank you to the council for the chance to brief you on this. So the question I am always asked is it safe? And I'm here to let you and the public know that yes, this is safe. In looking at the calls that Dr. Studnick referenced, those with a 60-minute response window in this 13-month period here, 12,900 calls, less than 1%, and the actual number is about 0.7% of calls result in emergent transport to the hospital. Now, if you further look at those, about 50% of those, we met the time frame of the original 12 minutes and 59 seconds. So these are not folks waiting necessarily 60 minutes. In fact, our average response time to all these calls is 32 minutes. But it is very safe. And as you can see from the data, only 65% of these calls are even transported. 17% of them elected not to be transported anywhere. That's the patient making that election after we've arrived on scene. 17% cancel the ambulance because they ultimately decide that they don't need an ambulance. They actually have a family member that can take them to the urgent care, or first responders have arrived and determined that, in fact, a transport to the hospital is not needed. And so, again, it is very safe. 13,000 calls. We still continue to look at these. I evaluate every one of them, and I do not find to date, even past this time frame, of where there has been an adverse impact to the patient related to their response time to their call. Thank you. Next slide.
Thanks, Dr. Swatson. So what does this mean for our community here in Charlotte and in Mecklenburg County? Well, first and foremost, rapid responses to our sickest patients will not change. All right, I want to make sure that that is clear. Secondly, this will be a safer method of response for our community, for our motorists in the community, and for the personnel at Medic and for the fire departments. And thirdly, we will have a better opportunity to protect our sickest patients through this response configuration changes, and there will be some potential slower responses to low acuity patients as a result of what Dr. Studnick and Dr. Swanson just described. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to brief the council for the next couple of slides on where we're at in this process and how we are communicating this with the public. So we've had numerous meetings and discussions about this so far with both the County Board of Commissioners as well as all of the town managers and city manager. And of course here with you all tonight, but we will be speaking at each of the town and city council meetings upcoming this month and next month throughout the community. And on the next slide, please. We will be speaking in each of the 6 county commission districts. We have some locations identified. We do not have dates and times scheduled yet. But we anticipate that sometime between now and the end of March, we will have our public meetings where the public can come and meet with us, have an opportunity to discuss this with us, and we will do a presentation at that time. And also take an opportunity to do some education on when to call 911 for ambulance within Mecklenburg County. Next slide, please. So with that, again, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening, and happy to entertain any questions that you might have.
So I already have several people that would like to speak with you as well.
Okay.
So we'll start off with the first three. It'll be our Mayor Pro Tem, followed by Councilmember Watlington and Councilmember Bakari. And I have.
Thank you very much. Over the past couple of years and over the past few months of this term, I've been spending some time in our firehouses with different fire companies. And it's no surprise to learn that a lot of our calls are medical calls. And, you know, the guys and ladies are certainly proud to do that. But I remember a particular anecdote conversation in Company 23 that I had with Ms. Molina on the east side. And there was, you know, some stories of responding to a very sick child and needing to get that child to the hospital quickly. And our fire service does an excellent job of rendering first aid, but our fire trucks are not very well equipped to transport people to the hospital. You know, there was some tactics that we had to use that probably weren't up to code to get this young lady to the hospital through a family car, and it saved her life. You know, another anecdote, I grew up in New York City, and I remember in the 90s, the EMS service was consolidated within FDNY. So my question is, for a large city like Charlotte, what do the national best practices say about consolidating EMS and ambulance services within the fire service? And has that been looked at? And you know, what kind of cost savings or efficiencies are found, if any, by a move like that?
Sure, thank you. So it really depends on the community. If you look at one EMS system, there's a saying that you've seen one EMS system, and it's what's best for each individual community. Most of those communities have had their EMS systems set up for many years, like we have here in Charlotte and in Mecklenburg County. And there are many fire-based EMS systems. There are many non-fire-based EMS systems, such as Medic in Mecklenburg County. There are some systems that hire private companies to operate their EMS systems. So there's a wide variety of different types of systems throughout. There are some systems like here at Medic where we do all of the emergency and non-emergency transportation for ambulance within the county. There are some systems where the ambulance service only does 911. And they use somebody else, like usually typically a private contractor, to do the non-emergency. So in other words, there's a wide, vast variety. I do not believe, to answer your last question, or last piece of your question, I do not believe that there are any financial efficiencies in changing what we have here. What we have had in Mecklenburg County is working well. It has worked well for very many years. We provide outstanding level of service to our community. I'm very proud of the men and women that wear the Medic uniform every day. They do great service to our community, and I would not suggest any changes.
Okay, just to follow up on that, I do know that, you know, in some instances, Medic does cohabitate at times, you know, in fire stations. You mentioned that you know, there are many different ways to measure what is best for communities. So how is Medic measuring what is the best response model for the city of Charlotte?
Absolutely. So first of all, thank you to the fire chief for allowing us to utilize those stations. Our folks do not utilize stations. We utilize what's called system status management. And so we priority post our units throughout the community, utilizing a system that allows us to help predict where our next serious call would come in. We're very good at that. We use a 20-week demand, and we can look back past years of data. We can just about tell you at any given time, at any given place within Mecklenburg County where there's going to be a medical emergency, and we can position our units available. And in some of those cases, the fire department opens up their doors to us to be able to utilize their facilities while we wait. So thank you to the chief for that. But As far as how Medic is benchmarking ourselves nationwide, I sit on multiple committees with the American Ambulance Association. One of those is the Professional Standards Committee, so I'm very familiar with how other EMS systems are benchmarking. We utilize response times as one piece, but even becoming more critical is clinical outcomes, looking at how our patients come out of the hospital based on the clinical care that we provide. And measuring other methods of quality care that we do that show that we are in some of the highest elite of the EMS community.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, I'd love to follow up to, cross-reference data from Medic, from the fire department and our hospital systems to, in fact, determine how and why the best and highest response models are. What are they? And is this model that we are employing, in fact, that? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Watlington?
Thank you. A couple of questions. First of all, thank you for what you do. Much appreciated. I do have one very quick question, I hope, and it's a pipeline question. We talk about the pipeline for CMPD. We talk about the pipeline for CFD. If someone was watching this and wanted to know how do they get to where you are today, what is you don't need to tell me the whole career path, but what are they looking for? What should they be searching into?
Yeah, specifically for my position.
Sure.
So I started as an EMT in Chicago 23 years ago, riding on an ambulance, found a passion for EMS and loving what I did, went to paramedic school, became a paramedic, and worked hard to have an opportunity to work my way up through the ranks to eventually become a chief operating officer of my previous employment in Pinellas County, Florida, where I worked for 18 years. And so it really is, there's an opportunity for anyone to get to my position. One of the things I like to tell our new hire employees is I was sitting in that seat where you're sitting 23 years ago, and here I am today, and you can get here too. So there's a lot of opportunities for that. We have some great programs coming up that allow people to come from the street, I'll call it, as a layperson and into Medic and become an EMT. So one of those programs that is currently underway is a program we have with Central Piedmont Community College. We have a class of 22 EMTs starting on February 7th. We have another class of around that same amount starting in March. And those folks have the opportunity to not only have their education covered, but to also receive a $17 per hour stipend to go to school. Another program that we have at Medic is an opportunity for people to come and learn to work in our logistics division, essentially learning how to restock ambulances and purchase medical supplies and things like that. And that's a $20 per hour starting position that brings somebody in the door while we train them to become an EMT. And we just, and a big thank you to the Mecklenburg County Board of Commissioners for approving funding for ARPA for us to continue that program through this upcoming fiscal year. So we're very excited about that opportunities, and we see that by July we're going to see a significant bolus, if you will, of EMTs because of these community options.
I love that, and obviously you're on the county side, but we're interested in workforce development. This sounds great. $20 an hour doesn't sound like a bad, bad role. Paid training sounds great, so thank you for sharing that. I do have a question along the lines of what Councilmember Winston was, or Mayor Pro Tem Winston was talking about, because there does seem to be a little bit of what seems to be overlap, if you will, between CFD and Medic. So I'm trying to understand. So forgive me if these questions are very remedial, if you will. CFD, every firefighter is an EMT, is that correct? Okay, so does that mean that you are, I don't want to say losing, are people matriculating through your program to the fire department, or is that a separate pipeline?
I think in some cases that happens. I don't think that that's a tremendous amount here. Tell me if I'm wrong. It's not a pipeline, if you will.
Okay, so those are separate.
Right.
Things. Got it. So then my next question is, when we call 911, and I appreciate you going through your process flow, I just want to understand, if someone calls 911 and is in need of a medic, is it conceivable that the fire department can go there and get there? I'm trying to compare their response times, if I'm understanding, around 3 minutes, to the response times I saw here in this PowerPoint. Can you help me wrap my mind around that, because I see I can get an EMT in 3 minutes, or I can get an EMT in 10 minutes, 59 seconds. What should one do with that? If I'm calling 911, I'm going to say fire versus a medic.
Sure. Well, it's intentionally designed that way, to get fire department first responders there to do an assessment and potentially stabilize a patient while the ambulance is on the way. That's how the system is designed. That's how it was designed many years ago. And that is the whole point of the dual response. And that's why our first responder partners are so vital to what we do in EMS, because they get there 3 to 4 or 5 minutes, whatever the time is, and have an opportunity to stabilize or call us off. And part of what we're trying to do with response configuration is to be a little bit smarter about that. There are some calls that the fire department may not need to go on. So why are we utilizing that resource on a call that the fire department doesn't need to be there? And vice versa. There are calls that the fire department can go out and easily take an assessment and say, you know what, we don't need a medic here. Why send both at once? Let's be smarter about how we utilize those resources.
Chief, did you want to weigh in?
So I just wanted to add in, and it's in the presentation that I'll do in February, but you have that in your paperwork already. But we have a National Fire Protection Association standard that we use, NFPA 1710. And so overall for an emergency, which is just what JP is talking about, an urgent emergency, we have 6-minute overall response times. And so it weighs a little different when you're talking about that versus what they're looking for as far as life-saving interactions with paramedics and transport.
Okay.
One other thing, if I may, on that, is that with the fire department, part of keeping them available to quickly respond to those calls is having them get to the patient, quickly assess, turn the care over to medic, and they'll then go back available to run the next call.
Okay.
Whereas when medic arrives on scene and transports a patient, instead of 20 minutes, 30 minutes, I don't know what your average call times are, Chief, but the average call time for medic is 1 hour and 10 to 1 hour and 20 minutes, because we have the time of taking the patient to the hospital, then transferring care, giving report, and then going back available after restocking a truck. So that's part of the design of the system too, is to get those fire units back in service that can quickly continue to keep responding to calls.
Gotcha. And you mentioned something that I want to make sure that I'm clear about. Is there a distinction between a medic and a first responder?
So yes and no.
Okay.
It's really between EMT and paramedic is what you need to know. So an EMT is a basic level of emergency medical technician. It's approximately a 1 semester, 16-week typically class, I think 248 or 250 hour class. Paramedic is a much more intensive 2-year program with multiple clinicals, and there's a lot more skills. Paramedics are able to interpret EKGs, they're able to administer medications and start IVs and do higher level skills more equivalent to like a nurse.
Okay. And then my last question is, you mentioned here in the slide about what you feel like the impact overall is in these changes. I'm still trying to understand is there an operational gain? Like what led you all to want to do this?
Yeah. So the operational gain, really, I go back to focusing on our priority 1 sickest patients. We are seeing two things. One is in the last 5 years, we've seen a 33% increase in the number of our sickest patients calling for medic. At the same time, we've also seen a significant increase in low acuity calls. Patients that may not even need an ambulance, but are calling for an ambulance. And in the way that the system is set up today, we are potentially unnecessarily sending ambulances, emergency, lights and sirens right away to patients that don't necessarily need it. When over here, then we have a patient that needs it, and that unit's now no longer available to respond to that patient. So we are trying to reprioritize that a little bit so we can say, you know what, through our dispatch process and our medical triage process, we can say this patient here can wait a little bit longer and we'll hold this unit available for that call that we believe is going to come in that could be a cardiac arrest or some other life-threatening emergency. It just helps us realign a little bit to be smarter with that.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
That makes sense, yes.
Mr. Bakari.
Thank you. Well, thank you guys, obviously, for being here and what you do, and my family thanks you as well. They were participants in your service about a year ago, so we know how important you are. I'll just really quick, though, I do want I do want to make a point for follow-up when we do this little analysis, because I've been a proponent for at least having conversations on doing an analysis of policy across city to county and EMS and the fire department, if not look for consolidation opportunities. My examples are all anecdotal, but in a lot of ride-alongs with the fire department, particularly Station House 4, where it's uptown, where a lot of the calls are medical health related and not fire, I would just see things that felt to me like opportunities for operational refining, where fire would get there first, and then I was explained later after I asked some questions after seeing it a couple times. It seemed like when EMS got there, they had an option to basically say they were going to accept this case or they were not, and then the fire department had to finish it off. So while there may not be individual cost savings based on the workload in either division today, I have a real big hunch, just based on the anecdotal things I've seen, that at a minimum, if we don't go down the consolidation path, at just a policy alignment, because there are two different municipal plus all the other municipal bodies, different budgets and P&Ls, I think there's an exercise that would behoove us to at least go through at some level. Would you agree or disagree that there is some operational efficiencies to be gained?
Well, I think that's why we're here. Yeah, that's just because we identify that there are operational efficiencies. Did Dr. Swanson, did you want to say?
Well, I don't mean within your shop and then within I mean within the broader protocols between fire and EMS.
Yeah, so I'll let Dr.
Sure. Number one, I'd like to know if that happens, because that is not how we function. We don't make a decision whether or not we're going to accept a patient from the fire. Fire is often positioned the way they are for quicker response. That's why we utilize them. When we arrive, 100% of the patients are accepted by the EMS system to now be further evaluated and determine what hospital they're going to go to, how they need to go to that hospital, and on many occasions provide care and then not transport the patient at the patient's request.
Just to be clear, it wasn't the one. I saw 3 instances myself, and I was kind of behind the scenes, so people didn't know I was there. They were just operating. It wasn't cases for all 3 of those where someone needed to go to the emergency room, but they needed medical attention. And the question was, are you going to take over the medical attention so we can go back to the firehouse or go to our next call? Or not?
That should be what occurs every time. And like I said, if it doesn't, and I'm sure Chief Johnson and his folks would reach out to me to let me know what has occurred, because 100% of the time when we arrive on scene, we obtain a report from the fire department and we assume care. Now, some of that report may be that the patient does not want any further care. The patient has already stated they don't want to go to the hospital. They don't want any further evaluation. And at that point, everybody leaves, but we don't leave. We being medic, EMS, leave to have fire finish the care of the patient. That is not the way the system is designed. That's not the way the protocols are written. And like I said, I'm sure Chief Johnson and his crew would reach out to me if that ever was the case.
I'll follow up offline. I just wanted to kind of relay that anecdotal observation I had.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you for your service to the community and what you all do every day to make Charlotte a safer city. I have a question about your numbers that you have on slide 4. And so for that year-over-year outlook from October 21 to October 31, you dispatched 12,901 medics into the city of Charlotte, correct? Is that correct?
So that's 12,900 calls that once the call taking was completed was felt to be of very low acuity and placed into that 60-minute response time category that we had to incorporate back in October of 21 at the height of COVID when call volumes were very unpredictable. Low acuity calls were skyrocketing and having workforce needs, unfortunately, EMS gets exposed to things like coronavirus as well and has to be out on quarantine. So there are some significant staffing challenges, significant rise in low acuity calls. So this number only represents those very low acuity calls. Of this time, in a year's time, there's about 165,000 total calls and about 115,000 that result in transport to an emergency department. So this is just a small fraction of the total call volume that we would respond to.
Understood. So of this number of low acuity calls, you have 17% or a little less than 2,200 of these calls that were canceled, but you actually had dispatched someone to go out?
Either prior to the ambulance being dispatched or while the ambulance was en route to the call was then canceled.
So how does that, I have two questions. How does that relate to a national average of numbers of percentage of canceled calls? And is there anything else that you can do in your call decision tree to identify more acutely some of these calls that might be canceled?
The protocol that Dr. Studnick referenced, medical priority dispatching, it is an EMS call-taking protocol that is very regimented, very well designed, used worldwide, answers millions and millions of calls a year, and then divides up life-threatening, the urgent, and the low acuity calls, and then even a subcategory of calls that we, as Dr. Studnick mentioned, refer to the nurse advice line. These calls have a lot of track record to them. It tends to, as we know by our data, err to pick up the sickest calls. We know through research that there's only about 5 call types that time is of the essence. Cardiac arrest, severe difficulty breathing, severe trauma, cardiac myocardial infarction or heart attack, STEMI, and then some, not all, but some strokes. We know that for the majority of calls, and again, that's what we want to protect the response to, but it's a very small percentage of our overall call volume. It's 5 or 6% of the calls that we respond to have a time-dependent need to them. So we want to get to everybody. We understand that people have a medical need, and we want to respond to them, but to ensure that we can respond to the sickest of the sick, we can be slower into responding to those non-emergency calls. Calls that we know through the interrogation, people are wide awake, they're not having any difficulty breathing, they don't have any life threats, they're not bleeding severely. We know that we can take time, pause, and take time to send the best asset to them versus simply sending the first asset to them. Again, so we can protect the response to that small percentage of people that really have a time-dependent need to them.
Okay, that makes sense. The other question I had is, you mentioned that utilizing sirens and lights automatically increases accidents by 50%. Is that an issue currently? Is that part of the motivating factor for you making this pivot? Do we have an issue with wrecks with our medics as they're being deployed?
We do, and we have for, I think, ever since the inception of the agency. That's been a concern. And I do believe that we have a higher number of accidents with ambulances because of responding emergency, especially at intersections. Intersections and going through controlled lights with lights and sirens is dangerous.
So it'd be interesting to see the numbers, the performance as it relates to accident reduction after you execute this operational pivot.
Yes.
So we can understand what that trend line is.
Agree. Thank you.
Thank you.
All
All right, thank you, Ms. Anderson. Mr. Graham, followed by Mr. Driggs.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I want to take the opportunity also to thank each and every one of you for what you do. It's a follow-up to Councilmember Wallingston's question about the 1059 response lights and siren, and I kind of had an uneasy feeling in my stomach when you said that, if someone had a heart attack or a stroke. So what's the industry standards, and help me understand the relationship when you say fire can get there in 6 minutes versus medic in 1059? Are they dispatched simultaneously for a call like that, where he can get there quick to start immediate care until medic gets there?
So yes, that's my understanding, is once the call is screened by CMPD, police, fire, medic, they say medic, the call goes to our communication center where the interrogation of the caller happens, and when we determine whether or not it needs a fire department response or not, then we get dispatched simultaneously currently, correct?
So those heart attacks, strokes, literally someone will be on the scene within 6 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Of the call versus, and then there's another changeover, but immediate care, you guys come for transport and to help with that care.
Right, and so remember, 10 minutes and 59 seconds is the goal. 10 minutes or 59 seconds or less. Our average in Mecklenburg County right now for fiscal year 2022 average priority 1 response time is around 8 minutes and 23 seconds. And in Charlotte Central, it's about 8 minutes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Thank you, Mayor. So I have 3 quick comments. They're really not intended to elicit a response. Well, first of all, I think what you're proposing makes a heck of a lot of sense. So rationalizing that way, improving safety, absolutely. The other thing I would note, though, is the time from when somebody calls 911 until the phone gets picked up, right, is added to whatever your reaction time is. So I would just encourage you to participate in efforts to shorten those times, and also maybe through technology to develop a means of seeing to it that life or death call gets through quickly. Because, as I say, you can't do anything until somebody picks up the phone at 911 and passes the call through to you. I agree with Mr. Bakari about the need for better integration of service delivery. And one situation that occurs to me, a sad one, was when CMPD encountered Dacquers Franklin at Burger King, and he was shot, and he lay there. There weren't medically qualified personnel, and for quite a while, you know, he lay there. And then they said, we're waiting for medic. So if the police are responding in a situation like that, does the call go out immediately? We may need an ambulance. Tell somebody to stop whatever they're doing and get the hell over here. Or did the call not go out until the shots were fired? And so that's just an example, I think, of how CMPD could coordinate to ensure that there are no long wait times when a potential use of deadly force occurs. And then the last thing is a question, and I will relate a personal experience. About 8 years ago, I was riding my bike, and a car went through a stop sign in front of me, and I hit it hard. And so I went over the top of the car and came down the other side, and I would like to report I damaged the car, okay? So, you know, look at the other guy. But anyway, I ended up lying on the street, dazed, and the first thing I knew when I was aware of my surroundings, an ambulance, a fire truck, and a police car were gathered around. And so I talked to them a bit. I said, I think I'm okay, you know, but I was obviously a little disoriented, and they said, we think you should probably go get yourself checked out at the emergency room. So I thought, fine. I got in the ambulance, you know, walked to the ambulance, got in, was driven to the hospital. Nobody was in the ambulance with me. That was just driven there. And afterwards, I got a bill for $900 for what was basically a 3-mile cab ride. So my question is, are people, when they are in a traffic accident or something like that, do they have any awareness of what the liability might be if they are taken by an ambulance to the hospital? Do they have any chance to look at their insurance situation and their personal situation and decide whether or not they would prefer to get to the hospital by other means? Or no one told me, and I just wonder how that works.
So that's a difficult question to answer because each individual person has their own either insurance company or maybe they don't have insurance. And we don't have the ability or the luxury, quite honestly, in that emergent situation, especially in a trauma situation, to stop and wait and try to figure out what kind of insurance they have. We don't do that. We do ask patients their demographic information and take that information as we can. And then we figure that out just like healthcare in general, and bill on the back end, and that's how it works. We don't know if somebody's has insurance or not, or if their insurance will pay or not. It's really individual.
Right. I just think if there was some way to let the patient or their others who might be on the scene understand that the decision to be taken by ambulance could involve, what is for many people a really big financial commitment, it would be helpful rather than find that out later. So I'll just put that out there. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next.
Ms. Ajmira? Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is the first time we are discussing MEDIC, so you might get questions that are probably very one-on-one. So forgive me for that, because I'm just getting started on MEDIC 101 here. I'm not exactly sure what exactly are you looking for from the council. Are you looking for some sort of green flag that we approve of this change? What exactly are you looking for?
No, ma'am, thank you for asking that. The purpose of us being here tonight is just simply to inform the council of changes that MEDIC intends to make, hopefully by the end of the first quarter of this year. These changes have been unanimously approved by our Medical Control Board and our Agency Board of Commissioners. Our Agency Board of Commissioners is appointed by the Mecklenburg County Commissioners to oversee MEDIC. And so these are the approved changes. And the point now is just make sure that all of the councils in our community, including this one, have an opportunity to ask us questions and give us feedback and to hear what we intend to do, because it impacts everyone in the community.
Got it. So it's more of an outreach, just a heads up.
Exactly.
That here are the changes that we are making. Okay.
Yes.
Is the MEDIC funded by the county?
So we are primarily funded by our bills for service. That covers about 75% of our revenue. The other 25% of our revenue comes in the form of county subsidy. So yes, we are funded in part by the county.
Okay. So I understand the goal here is to prioritize calls that are absolutely like sickest call, right? Heart attacks, some strokes, heavy bleeding issues. I understand the goal here, but since this is the first time many of us have listened to the MEDIC presentation, especially I have, I'm going to probably do some more work here, and I might reach out to you to understand the model here. And what other city, I guess I'm trying to understand what other cities have this model or the changes that you are proposing. Are other cities moving towards this direction to really prioritize sickest call so that they can respond in a quickest way, especially saving more lives as a result of this changes?
There are, and there's a lot of discussion amongst the EMS community that this is the right direction for us to go as an EMS community in the future. There are others that we have modeled this off of. However, I will tell you that we are at the forefront of this, and MEDIC is in part leading the way on the charge to make response configuration changes like this.
Okay, so is the Mecklenburg County one of the first ones that's taking a lead on?
We'll be the first in the state. that I'm aware of to do
First
this.
in the state, but not first in the nation.
But everybody, but just to be clear, everyone does prioritize calls. So, and in every EMS system across the country that has 911 callers, those 911 call takers do prioritize. It's just how we do it and the methodology of how we dispatch units is what we're changing.
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to understand, you know, what methodology are other large cities our size are using to prioritize calls? I understand it may not be the same as Mecklenburg, but I would be curious as to what methodology are there, right? Is this something that the EMS community sort of, is this the future for the EMS community? Is this where majority of the municipalities are moving to? That's the kind of sort of insight that I'm looking for.
Yes, and I do believe that this is the future of EMS, what we are doing here in Mecklenburg County.
Okay, so as far as the city council is concerned, because I know you all work very closely with the fire department, I'm just trying to understand the impact of this change on our city employees, especially fire and police. But from what I hear, so Chief Johnson, if you can just elaborate on that impact, if any, of this change and how we should be preparing.
Okay, so some of the stuff that you weren't able to see that JP has kind of shared with us as we went through the many months of this process is the calls that the first responders, Charlotte Fire Department is going to go on is where we can make an actual difference in the patient's life. We were able to sit down and go through about 1,800 determinants. So when they talk about their medical priority dispatch, as you answer questions, it goes down into an algorithm and determines resources and whether it's emergency or non-emergency response. Right now, what the prediction is that the fire department will see a decrease of about 10% of EMS calls, which means currently we're going on calls where it's low acuity and we're not really making a difference. And so we all have limited resources. Some of the information we'll talk about in February talks about our increased response times because we ran over 143,000 calls last year. Majority of them are EMS, as Mayor Pro Tem has identified, but this will be a reduction in that and make our units more readily available for the sickest patients, for structure fires or other emergencies that the fire department is responsible for.
Okay, so from what I hear, this proposed change will help in terms of from the fire department.
Yes, it's actually going to make sure that when we're going on a call, we're going to make a difference.
It is for fire related and not necessarily EMS related.
No, it is EMS related.
No, I'm talking about when you get a call, I guess I'm trying to understand how would this impact our fire employees? Does that mean that our fire employees will have less calls because we are prioritizing?
It's less calls because of the reconfiguration, which means on a call that we go on today, if we've done the reconfiguration and we've looked at it, first responders, the fire department may not go on that same call once we do this. Because that's a very low acuity call. We see the numbers up there. Maybe it's the call that we go on today, maybe now is getting moved to the 60-minute or 90-minute bucket and you don't need a first responder. So we will see an overall reduction of about 10% in first responder calls from Charlotte Fire Department.
Got it. Okay. That's all I have. Thank you. All right, thank you very much for the presentation, and let's see, your next stop is, I think, another community in our county, so.
It is tomorrow.
Good luck with that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I
care,
think that maybe I'm the only one, maybe Mr. Mitchell, that remember when there was a private service that provided this. It didn't involve government at all.
Oh, right.
So in Charlotte. So anyway. All right, so the next item is item number 10. Is there a motion to adopt an ordinance approving amendments to sections 23-41 and 23-126 of the City Code? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
That's not that, right?
No, I'm sorry, whomever's running our media or our stream, we are number 9 has been removed from the agenda and will be addressed during the council's retreat that starts next Monday. Okay? So let's now go to item number 10. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? No, so that passes. We're now going into the business items, and I want to make sure that I remind everyone, we do have a closed session at the end of our business meeting. So we have 2 closed sessions because they have to have 2 motions, but 1 place to sit for both of them, okay? All right, so the next item, for item 11, is there a motion to approve?
Move for approval, Mayor.
Second.
Action A, B, and C.
All right, we have a motion for approving an additional $800,000 for a partnership program with Urban Trends for Lakewood and the Community Development Block Grant for Habitat for Humanity for East Lane Townhomes, and with the manager to authorize said documents. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor, please raise your hand. All right. Anyone opposed? 1 in opposition. Motion passes. For item 12, we have several speakers, so I'm going to read the action, and then we'll have our speakers address us. Item 12 is to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute a contract amendment to the service agreement for solar energy generation with Duke Energy Corporation, Ecoplexus, Inc., Olin Creek Farms Solar, and their respective subsidiaries and affiliates for the city's participation in Duke Energy's Green Source Advantage program for a term of up to 20 years.
So moved.
We're going to have our speakers come down. And we have 2 speakers on this item, and so please, Tina Castanos and Isabel Elizondo, would you come down and either side of the podium? Each has a podium, so.
Yeah, I want to comment after they're done.
I'm sorry.
After they're done. Oh, I understand, okay.
All right, if you would go ahead and give us your name, then we'll go ahead and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening. I'm Isabel Elizondo. I'm coming here to ask you to vote yes on the Olin Creek Solar Power Project. I'm one of your younger speakers here tonight. I'm 23 years old, and I live and work here in Charlotte, North Carolina. As a young person, I'll have to contend with the repercussions of decisions that leaders like all of you make today. And actions from leaders thus far has put us on the path to breaching the 1.5 degrees Celsius limit set by the UN International Panel on Climate Change within a decade. This limit on temperature rise is linked with irreversible climate tipping points, such as the melting of the Greenland ice sheet. What all this jargon means is that within my lifetime, within your children's lifetime, and within their children's lifetime, we're going to see unprecedented storms, crippling droughts, devastating sea level rise, fresh water shortages, famine, extreme heat, and much more. And these impacts will be unfairly felt upon the marginalized communities across the world. Every action towards mitigating these devastating effects helps create a more livable earth for the youth of today and tomorrow. As such, the city's goals in achieving carbon-free municipal buildings by 2030 is really important. The solar farm at Olin Creek is a critical piece in reaching these goals, and I urge you to vote yes to continue this project despite the price increases. These price increases, which amount to around $1 per resident of added or reconciled costs to the city budget, are worth it. They are worth it to bridge the gap in the carbon-free goal by 35%. They are worth it to begin transitioning the grid out of fossil fuel dominance. They are worth it to begin cutting carbon emissions now instead of further down the line. They are worth it for the city to show it can take meaningful climate action, and they are worth it to give my generation and those that follow me a shot at the future. The solar farm may be a local action, but it has global repercussions that will echo. I'll reiterate, I'm coming here today to ask you to vote yes on the solar project. It is an essential small step towards a larger goal of limiting global warming. In addition, I hope that this city will set more ambitious climate goals in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Castanos?
Hi, good evening.
My name is Tina Katsanos. I'm here representing the Charlotte-Mecklenburg NAACP, the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Climate Leaders, and the Climate Reality Project. We have enumerated the compelling reasons to support the Olin Creek Solar Farm in previous emails to you. I trust you had a chance to read those. Tonight, I would like to highlight the reasons for why we find ourselves in this predicament. For the past 70 years, the general public and government officials have been purposefully misinformed about human-caused climate change. Fossil fuel industries have used a strategy of climate change science denial. They then shifted their tactics to casting doubt on the human causes. Now, as they are no longer able to effectively deny the science and no longer able to use doubt to delaying the transition to renewables. Please do not do the bidding of the fossil fuel industries by delaying progress towards our 2030 carbon reduction goals. Without the Olin Solar Farm, we will not meet those goals. If you vote no on this project, I can only assume that fossil fuel-funded disinformation campaigns are holding you hostage, that you are confused and/or unaware of the human health costs and the severe economic hardships climate change causes and will continue to cause without the transition to renewables. Despite the added immediate costs for moving forward, the Olin Creek Solar Project is an important opportunity for the City of Charlotte to say, yes, we understand climate justice as a civil rights issue. An opportunity for the city to say, yes, we will do this because we understand the moral imperative to safeguard Black, Indigenous, people of color communities who are disproportionately impacted by the climate crisis. An opportunity for the city to say, yes, we care about the long-term viability of our economy, and we are a city that will serve as a beacon of hope and an exemplary model for other cities as they also begin the transition to renewable energy. No more denial, no more doubt, no more delay. Please vote yes on this solar project. Thank you. And I'm so sorry about my outburst earlier. I really apologize. It's just that one time I was left off. But I will in the future sit next to Jerome Wagner because he keeps up with where and what time.
All right, okay, you got to stop. You got to stop, okay? Thank you. All right. Do I have a motion for the item number 12?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Ms. Ajmira, followed by Mr. Bakari.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think our speakers did a great job talking about why we need to do this and why it's needed now versus later. Last year, our council approved equity and governance framework. And when I look at this is not about the CF, this is really about equity. Because clearly, this will help us improve our air quality and health outcomes. As we know, that carbon pollution has a disproportionate effect on communities of color. And based on the local and climate models that was developed by economists, who was awarded Nobel Prize in 2018. In this model, this project alone, if you put that, it's modeled to avoid $20 million in expected health expenses in Mecklenburg as a region. So as a community, we are at an inflection point where we have to decide whether we continue with the status quo and let the short-term economic decisions negatively impact our health outcomes and our environment, or we have a choice to be bold and seize the moment and address one of the most pressing issues that our generation faces, which is the carbon pollution. So I urge my colleagues to support this, seize the moment, and be bold in implementing our equity goals, our CF goals, and for the better health outcomes for all of our residents. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Bakari.
Despite the speaker's point that there's only a single reason not to vote for this. There are actually many reasons, and I'm not going to be supporting it for two specifically. One is, after digging in deep with staff, it's clear to me that we're not at an evolved state of maturity in this space where it actually makes sense right now from a fiscal perspective. And it's great to do things and push the envelope for things you want to achieve, but just spending money on topics at a point where they need more time to evolve in R&D just to say we're doing it doesn't make a ton of sense. I put that aside, though, because the bigger reason why I'm not voting it is I've had multiple conversations now with Duke Energy, and we have a real problem today with our energy grid and the level of infrastructure investment that we've put in it. And if you've experienced rolling blackouts around here, this is just the beginning. So the thought of going into some kind of joint venture to spend money on a nice-to-have that isn't evolved enough, while by all means, I believe that at some point in the future, critically important for us to head down that path, that point in technology is not today, and certainly not before we figure out the basic blocking and tackling of making sure energy is at people's doorsteps. And to my colleagues, I want you to know, if you're not aware of how bad the current situation is in infrastructure investment with Duke and the power grid and what we're going to need to do, I was very frightened by some of the things I've learned in the last couple of weeks, and I'll be hopefully bringing some of those updates to you guys soon. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Driggs?
I think Mr. Bakari makes some excellent points, and I'm frankly a little conflicted. But I do think we have a CAP, and we have to put our money where our mouth is. And the question is, how much money? So it was, I guess, a little disappointing that the first time we heard about this, it was actually going to be a net saver, and then we found out there was a cost involved. And in my mind, that required a reexamination to try to reach a level of comfort that the amount of investment that was called for was commensurate with the kind of difference we were able to make. At the end of the day, quite a high percentage, a substantial percentage of the city's power consumption can be developed, not directly, but an amount of electricity can be developed through this solar contract that represents a significant percentage of the total power consumption of the city. And this does align with our plan. I don't want an appearance that on one side of the aisle we're one thing and on the other side of the aisle we see it differently. I think we all understand that we need to be responsible about our environmental challenges. And so on that basis, while actually agreeing that we have some pretty scary things in store, I do intend to support this, and I feel that the value for this investment in terms of the amount of electricity we can create from solar is justifiable. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I just want to kind of points of clarification that this is, in fact, will be a city investment in our power infrastructure, in our energy infrastructure. When my colleague just mentioned the need for that, and that's what this is. And also, just like a point of clarification, for the first time in the history of Duke Energy, as customers, we all experienced the rolling blackouts over the holiday season of 2022. Those rolling blackouts were in fact caused by the deficiencies in the coal infrastructure that has been heavily invested in for over 100 years, which again belabors the point that we need to be investing in new, more efficient and more reliable energy generation needs, which in fact this is. So if you would like to do that, I would encourage all of my colleagues to vote yay on this item. Thank you.
Mr. Mitchell?
Thank you, Mayor. Phil and Sarah, I just have a couple of questions, please. I'm in support of as well, but I just want to make sure that some of the things my colleagues brought to our attention, if we, from a staff perspective, could you address them for us? Particularly the relationship with Duke Energy. Hey, Sarah.
Hi. So are you looking to understand what the relationship is with Duke Energy and the relationship with the solar developer? So an explanation.
Yes.
So this is a three-way agreement. The city has an agreement with the solar developer, and we also have an agreement with Duke Energy. Duke and the solar developer have an agreement. So they agree to put the energy on the grid.
Okay.
We agree to pay a product charge for the renewable energy, which we pay through Duke Energy bills, like we typically do, for the amount of energy that's produced by the solar farm.
So I'm assuming by this partnership, Duke hasn't complained about any of the potential issues in the future once council vote on this topic?
No, it's Duke Energy's program. So this is a program that they created to support renewable energy and to support large customers who want to invest in bringing more renewable energy online.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Any other comments from council? Ms. I'm sorry, Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sarah, if you can stay there, please. I hear the concerns and the challenges of my colleague. I share some of the same challenges just with this particular relationship with Duke Energy. We saw the impact over the Christmas holiday throughout the state with the rolling blackouts. We see now media attention and commercials regarding Duke Energy asking for authority for yet another rate increase, meaning whatever funds that may have been lost for them to keep up with the power needs today, that is yet another cost that's being rolled over to all of its customers. In this particular agreement, where we basically have no choice but to partner with Duke Energy. We don't have another choice in the region. So that's one thing I want people to understand. If we're going to move to a much more sustainable option for our city, which we need to do, we're limited on who we can partner with. But do we know if there's any correlation between us having this relationship and the funding that we're now having to put forward when previously it was to be no cost, now that there is a cost? If Duke continues to seek a pay increase from our North Carolina General Assembly, how would that also impact solar discussions moving forward? Is anyone on our legal team or in our environmental team even asking that question as far as how the role with Duke Energy, since they are the major partner in this, how is that going to potentially impact our customers, meaning our residents in the city of Charlotte?
So I can speak to this particular agreement. So we pay the premium, the product charge for the renewable energy. So this is not something that would impact customers. It's impacting us as a customer and a large customer who's reaping the benefits of the renewable energy that's being created by the solar farm. To, I think, your larger question around what is the impact of bringing on renewable energy to the ratepayers, these are the types of conversations that are happening at the North Carolina Utilities Commission, are separate from this particular agreement, but are certainly things that are important to continue to consider.
And I appreciate that clarification because some conversations are blended. It's not necessarily understood by all of us, all of constituency, this business conversation that we're having and the ratepayer as an individual Duke customer, how that conversation goes when we look at the impact of everything that's happening with Duke and this particular conversation when for those who may be tuning in or be sharing, or even for any of us. Let's say I have absolutely no idea. Explain it to me in a way that's simple where I can then share with the community, which is why I asked the question. So thank you for explaining that separation, and hopefully that will help some of those who may be tuning in. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other remarks? This is an important part of what we did. When we approved our energy plan, we said that we wouldn't do things and just put words on paper, that we would act on it. And so taking action is important, not just because of what we committed to do, but also because doing something differently and assessing it is the only way to move forward in what we have to do as we are changing. And this is happening to us in so many ways. When we talk about what is current and where we're trying to go, you know, the CHIPS, the ideas of what opportunities we have, I hope that we consider our energy action plan just as significant as any other source of work that we do in this community. I think it's really important for us to continue on this, and I hope that this vote will be supported. So with that, I think everyone has spoken. All in favor of this motion, please raise your hands. All right, anyone opposed? One opposed. Thank you very much. The motion passes. Thank you. All right, the next item that we have is item 13, to approve the use of $1.9 million and more from the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund to provide utility assistance for Charlotte Water customers, approving $1.9 million in emergency rental assistance fund allocations to support residents experiencing displacement, and authorize the manager to execute.
So
Do we
moved.
have a
Second.
motion? We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing Ms. Mayfield.
I have a question for staff.
Mr. Heath?
Come on down. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So what when we're looking at A, B, and C for this approval, B being the approval for emergency rental assistance fund allocation, as well as utilizing the funding to pay for utilities. Here's the question that I have. Last year or so, we had a conversation where we had residents, because of error, don't really know why, had a $1,000 water bill. Another one, someone received an $8,000 water bill. These aren't individuals that necessarily qualify for our assistance programs, but we know that there's clearly some type of challenge with either updating the meter, water was running and it wasn't caught. Would individuals in those situations that have these astronomical water bills, their water bill goes from under $100 to over $800 in a month, or we realize we've been undercharging, which is our responsibility, so we should just incorporate that in, but we didn't hit you with a bill. Are those individuals in a position to receive access to funding in this allocation? I'm trying to see who is the target for this, and if that target is broad enough to meet the needs, because of our water bill is what's going to cause that undue burden and hardship. I would like for it to be considered.
Thank you, Councilmember Mayfield. So this program is really designed for low-income customers that are either in a delinquent status or possibly under a deferred payment arrangement with an overdue balance. So it wouldn't necessarily be designed to address the specific scenarios you're alluding to, unless it just so happens that those particular customers are income eligible. And Director Charles would like to add a little commentary. Come on.
Thank you, Director Charles.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council Manager. Councilmember Mayfield, if a customer, whether they're low income or not, has a leak or a pipe that is burst that's caused an astronomical bill, we do have a leak adjustment policy. So if that particular customer would call 311, we even have inspectors who can go out and inspect the dwelling, and then there's a process. Even once they've gotten it fixed, we can look at the meter and look at the usage and even tell that the leak has been fixed. So there's a way to address usage that is beyond that is beyond the norm, that's part of the process.
So, Mr. Manager, I would like for us to consider, when we're talking about over $1 million some change, one, it would be really interesting if we have this dollar amount of individuals that have delinquencies or need assistance.
Right.
Yet, we know that either computer updates, clerical error, whatever it is, on our end,
On the cities,
on the city's end,
we will adjust for that.
that adjustments have
yes,
been
ma'am.
made, but individuals who may not qualify for government assistance, but this new bill, we have this loan process. There are individuals out there who have received a bill that is 3 times the amount that they're used to. There's an error somewhere. What I'm asking is, if we're going to say we're going to help, the help can't just be for those in crisis, if we can help to prevent someone going into crisis, because this bill that may have been triggered because we realize that we may have been undercharging in the system, so then we send you a bill for whatever this back due amount is for however many years. That's something that falls on us. So I'm just wondering, because again, I cannot imagine that we have almost $2 million plus in back assistance that's needed to pay off. I would just like for us to consider, because we don't get that information. We don't get the breakdown. That's confidential information. I don't need to know someone individual bill amount, but I just would like for us to consider, and when we're allocating this money, that we look at our customers who are being impacted. And if you received a $1,000 bill, a $3,000, a $8,000 bill, for whatever reason, then we need to look at how can we help you on the front end so that we're not the cause of your credit being negatively impacted or other bills in your household not being taken care of because you're trying to figure out how to pay a water bill that you didn't know was coming your way.
Yes.
And so that's for you to figure out, Mr. Manager, with your team.
Yes, and can I respond?
Yes, ma'am.
To that? We agree. So we, as a result of COVID, we set up a customer care team to work with the citizens who are customers of Charlotte Water. And what we do is we just don't depend on this funding, but also funding throughout the community. So since January of 2020, we've gotten in over $6 million from nonprofits, from the federal programs to help folks in our community who have excessive bills or who have fallen behind for any reason. The second thing is that if we go out and we find that there's a problem with the meter, we will adjust. So if the cause is something that has to do with our electronics, because we don't physically read now, we've got the technology. But if the cause is due to electronics or something due to the fault of Charlotte Water, we will adjust that bill. So again, your point is very well taken. We are working on a nonprofit that we think will help us long-term deal with these types of issues in our community. But we do have the philosophy that we want to do everything that we can to help folks who are the customers and our ratepayers.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, Mr. Bakari?
I won't belabor the point, but I'm going to vote no on this just because I find it a stretch right now in the first quarter of 2023 that the majority of this money is going to go towards true pandemic-related recovery impacts versus a more tactical approach to entitlement spending. I think there could have been so many more things we could have done strategically that would have been opportunity incenting with this money, but it is what it is. I know that we've just got to move on, so I'm a no.
All right. Any other comments? Okay, all in favor of, I think we have a motion, Madam Clerk? All right, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mr. Mitchell would be a yes, Ms. Watlington would be a yes, and Ms. Mayfield is a yes. All opposed? Thank you, Mr. Bakari. All right, item number 14, is there a motion to approve the use of $2 million from the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund in support of the Charlotte Rescue Mission overall capital campaign to construct a new building and enable expanded programming for men experiencing homelessness, and authorize the manager to execute? Is there a motion?
So moved.
All right, we have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Mr. Driggs.
I just had a question. Do I understand correctly that this frees up $2 million that we were going to use that will be available for other purposes?
Correct.
So it really is just relabeling the amount of money? Okay, I'm
It's
fine.
the
Thank you.
appropriate source of money. All right, so with that, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. All right, that motion, anyone opposed? I think it's unanimous. All right. The next item is item 15. Is there a motion to approve and purchase the purchase of an enterprise resource planning system, including implementation, subscription, and other related services from cooperative contracts, authorizing the manager to negotiate and execute a contract with Accenture to implement the city's Workday Enterprise Resource Planning System for an initial term of up to 28 months under the Texas Department of Information Resources Agreement? I didn't know we did anything under Texas, Mr. Manager. Approve, and C, which is approve a contract with Workday to provide and support the city's Workday Enterprise System for an initial term of 10 years under the National Cooperative Purchasing Alliance, and then authorizing the manager to extend these cooperative contracts for terms as long as orders are placed, authorizing the manager to negotiate and execute various other contracts that supports the Enterprise Resource Planning System for services such as third-party applications. Authorize the manager to renew contracts with possible price adjustments and amend the contracts consistent with the purpose for which the contracts were approved, and authorize the manager to purchase such additional software licenses, services, hardware maintenance, and support as required to maintain the system for as long as the city uses the system. Do I have a motion from A through G? Do I have a motion and a second for A through G? Is there any discussion? Mr. Driggs.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is something we need to do. This is an overhaul of our IT systems. I did talk to Mr. Bergman before about how exactly this is being made to fit into our budget, and because it's not something that was part of our plan a few years ago. And so I just encourage us all as a group to be mindful of whatever displacement is happening, because we are now making room for $60 million that we need for this purpose. Particularly because a lot of the money is coming from PAYGO, and I challenge anybody around this dais to describe how that works. And the PAYGO money is not subject to a public vote. It's different from debt-funded capital spending. So the PAYGO is an account from which a lot of things can get paid for, either current payment of capital items or programs. So in situations like this, and in my mind this applies also to the settlement that was recently announced on water, we just need to be clear that we're finding $59 million that wasn't necessarily in our plans a few years ago, and I think we need to be clearer about what we're not going to be able to do in order to make room for that. I do think we should make room for it, so I'm going to support it, but this is just a general comment on how these things get funded. And going forward, I would hope that, for one, we look a little closer at PAYGO and what kind of things are being paid for from that account. I think everybody knows PAYGO is funded by a set-aside in our tax, and then it's also funded by any surpluses we have from normal operations. But, you know, what is the breakdown of the use of that money? So that's just an observation going forward. I will support this. Thank you.
Mr. Bakari?
I'll just re-emphasize what I said the last time we had this presentation, which is in the private sector, I've seen many ERPs happen, and either the people who bring them forth are heroes or they are fired, and it's usually nothing in between those two. It is a massive undertaking. I have a ton of faith in our city CIO. My assumption here is, given this is like the single biggest technology spend the city has made in modern history, that we are approving a sophisticated approach which is starting us off with Workday, with, I think, Accenture, and we're going to have updates and have other touch points of approvals, and this isn't the only time, and then all of a sudden, you don't need approvals from us. Is that correct?
Correct.
Got it. All right.
All right, Ms. Anderson?
I am very happy that we are taking this task on now. To go through an ERP transformation is a heavy lift, as Mr. Bakari said. However, to rationalize the applications that we run as a city and to streamline so many processes from hire to retire to our procure to pay processes is critical. And as we see, this is a multi-year endeavor. And part of being successful in these ERP projects is to ensure that we have the right partner to begin with at the table. And I believe we do have the right partner, so I'm very confident that we'll be able to execute through this, and I plan on supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this is one of the most important decisions we'll make on this agenda, and we've done a lot of hard work here. But the idea of how an organization works with technology and advance, it is way past due. And we really do appreciate our CIO, but more importantly, I think that if we do this really well, that we'll see the benefits that will come out of it for so many ways in terms of the lack of communication between our systems now is basically a lack of communications among what things we're trying to accomplish. And so this kind of builds it all in, and you're right, Mr. Bakari, it's probably, probably one of the best investments in the longest time for something that we're doing, so.
Or the worst.
Thank you. Well, now, we're going to be optimistic about this, so, okay. But thank you, everyone. Ms. Ajmira?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So to follow up on Mr. Drake's point, when I looked at that 59 million and then 4.5 million of operating expenditure to maintain this ERP system, what gave me sort of a faith is that original investment of $10 million came from the federal government that we got, that really gave us the kicks, that kick-started this project to get us to this point. So as I think some of my colleagues have shared this, that this is way past due, especially when it comes to our technology. So I look forward to maybe along the way, as we look at Pay-Go Fund, hopefully we will get some more federal dollars from our infrastructure to continue to find creative ways to fund this, as we have found in the past, especially the $10 million. Thank you.
All right. I think everyone has commented. Is there, for a motion to approve the agenda, if you're in favor, please raise your please raise your hand. All right. I think that's, anyone opposed? Nope, we're good. All right, the next item is item 16. Is there a motion to adopt a resolution?
To adopt and approve.
Second.
Okay. All right, item 16, which is the sale of city-owned property located at 5516 Central Avenue to Starmount Management for $2.76 million, and authorize the manager to execute it, as I think we all got a memo in our packages earlier. I want to recognize Ms. Molina.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I first of all want to take a moment to highlight this particular agenda item and give the reasoning behind how I came to a yes. And I think that's important to the people that we serve, and it's important to the community members that will also share in this sale and hopefully what will be a great addition to not only Charlotte, but the greater, North Carolina area. And so I'm going to start with the quantitative information because that's important. The numbers need to make sense. So when I was looking over the information provided to me for this particular project, it's actually the sale. So the sale of an item is a little bit different than a rezoning, but still, for the purposes of what the intention behind the sale is, I took a look behind the scenes to find the quantitative information to make sure that it makes sense. Is there a need? And so the need is, it's based on an issue is a critical health gap for behavioral health in not only North Carolina, or not only Charlotte, but in North Carolina. And so Atrium Health has seen a 65% increase in emergency department patients needing psychiatric care. And for children in need of psychiatric care, the demand tripled in the wake of the pandemic. Young people have experienced higher levels of depression, with 44% of U.S. high school students in 2021 reporting persistent feelings of sadness and hopelessness. North Carolina right now, it ranks 44th nationally in access to mental health care and 45th overall in pediatric mental health care. And a lot of that is largely based on the fact that we don't have facilities that can properly facilitate that need in our area. North Carolina has ranked 44th nationally, of course, across the nation in mental health care. And UNC Medical's main psychiatric clinic saw 150% increase in patients per month from spring 2020 to spring 2022. And then this is the most relevant piece of information that actually I could get my hands on. 1 in 5 Charlottean, that's 20% of the population, lives with a mental illness as a diagnosis. So we definitely have a need for it. And I mean, there's more data. I won't bore you with the data. But more importantly and more relevant to Charlotte, I want to emphasize, and first off, I want to thank the community members who have taken the time to meet with me, the members of FinCo, Econ, Charlotte East, Eastway Sheffield. I depend on those leaders to give me perspective, and I've met with them now 3 times, and there are others who have come to virtual meetings in person. We recently had a intergovernmental summit on the east side. It was this past Saturday, and I met with those leaders in addition to other opportunities to speak to them to get perspective and see what their feelings was. And I actually met with the purchaser of the property as well to have him to personally deliver the information so that they can better understand what this transaction meant to, you know, our particular community and what it means for the city overall. So part of the incentive for the east side and even the overall Charlotte area was that Starmount Healthcare has plans to create approximately 145 jobs that serve in pediatric behavioral health. These new positions will they'll have an extensive array of need, of course, and hopefully the projection, the job is, or the promise is to, you know, partner with institutions like CPCC and UNCC for social work, for, you know, clinical psychology programs, to develop training, vocational programs, and to form an actual cohesive relationship to keep that pipeline of talent growing. And in Charlotte, and especially in East Charlotte, we have a specific need for living wage positions in Charlotte. And so with all of that being said, you know, the commitment from Starmount to serve the people from, you know, all socioeconomic levels in this facility was something that I came to a conclusion that could actually be an opportunity for, again, not only just East Charlotte, but Charlotte overall. And of course, there being precious few, this would be one of the first of its kind, not only in Charlotte, but in the state of North Carolina. And Starmount has committed to working with us to put an emphasis on hiring local talent from the East Charlotte community. That's very important because East Charlotte continues to grow. It must grow with the community and bring opportunities to the people who live in East Charlotte and who make the community so special. This project is another step forward in revitalizing the East Side, which is extremely important to me. We have been working for a long, long time to make progress in East Charlotte, and there has been a lot of talk about what could be done, but we're finally starting to see real progress as ideas become reality, and ideas like this one with the promise of actually creating economic growth and development opportunities in Charlotte is an absolute plus, and where it brings economic development growth opportunities not only to East Charlotte, but of course the greater Charlotte community. We continue to make progress in our Corridors of Opportunity playbook and are turning ideas into reality with the Business Hub and the Incubation Program and planning for the Economic Cultural Trail. And now this project, which will revitalize a building that has sat dormant for many, many years. Talk is becoming action. That's my words, the way I feel about it. And the East Side community is moving forward together. I want to thank again my East Side leaders, the East Side community overall, Starmount, our city staff for helping me come to a conclusion, giving me real data and information to help me, arrive at a decision that makes sense for not only our stakeholders, in the community, but also to deliver that information to my colleagues here at the dais. I want to thank my colleagues, and I ask you all to, as you've all heard, to consider supporting this item along with me tonight.
Thank you. Mr. Driggs?
Just briefly, we're selling the property at a market price that was determined last July, and we've deducted from that $170,000 as an incentive for job creation, which we're going to get back. I thought this construction of the contract was a little odd, but not worth opposing something that I do think is essential. Back when I was a healthcare analyst quite a while ago, mental health was a very underserved area in the healthcare industry. Lengths of stay at mental hospitals went down from 24 days to about 4 to 5 days. Recidivism went up, and a lot of the difficulty we experience with homelessness and crime and so on is because of untreated mental health issues. So on that basis alone, I am supportive of this. I applaud Starmont, and I look forward to voting for it. Thank you.
Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In addition to what my colleagues have said, I would also like to say that this is exactly what the East Side has been asking for. We understand that it's a bit of a job desert, and we are working hard to create jobs that East Side residents can access. However, they have been asking for good-paying jobs within the East Corridor. And I think this is a great example of how we can continue to work with parties like Starmont to come to the table to bring the jobs to the community. So I will be supporting this, and I hope there are other opportunities for the East Side as well as we move forward. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right. Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with my colleagues. This creates opportunities. Many residents, when it comes to jobs and employment, they're having to commute outside of the district, outside. So this helps us address congestion and traffic if people can find an employment near where they live. So this is a no-brainer, creates jobs, opportunity, as Ms. Molina mentioned earlier. This fills the void that we have in underserved area, especially in behavioral health. And certainly I appreciate the work that Starmont has done, especially during pandemic, in serving underserved areas where we don't find many of these services. So I appreciate Mr. Estramont and his team for being there for the community. I remember calling him during formula shortage, baby formula shortage, and his team was there to assist us. I certainly appreciate what you have done for the East Side, for the West Side, especially for our underserved communities. We are very grateful for this. And Tracy, I look to you. Hopefully you'll bring more of this for the East and West Side, where we need to create more jobs and opportunities for our residents where they live. But tall order there. But certainly I appreciate the work that staff has done, especially Tracy, you and your team, to bring us to this point. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Bakari?
Thank you. Yeah, I'll actually echo that point to Ms. Dodson and team. I think you guys, paired with all the other departments, are really starting to kind of figure out a rhythm for how to get this, how to get a full viewing and weight of experts and opinions on it and start to bring it through, and I do look forward to seeing how that evolves. I just wanted to take a second to give credit and thanks to one of my personal friends, Brittany Broyhill of Atrium Health. It was over a year ago that she brought the importance to me personally of pediatric behavioral health. It wasn't really something on my radar. And since then, I've learned a lot. It's been interesting to watch all this unfold. Just say a couple points that I think should be known by the community. In a nationwide study between 2015 and 2020, they found that mental health visits in pediatric emergency departments increased by 8% annually, with 13% of those patients revisiting within 6 months. And that was 8% greater than any other emergency department visits. And nearly 1 in 3 of those visits are classified as suicidal thoughts or self-harm. And you got to think about the fact that that was 2015 to 2020. That doesn't even include the pandemic and how that influenced it. It doesn't even include the impacts of fentanyl over the last 3 years, so many other things. This is a growing and deeply specialized need that is having to be addressed by general ER practitioners because we lack the dedicated resources across the entire country. We have heartbreaking local stories where accessing care added to the nightmare many parents are facing every single day. So each day in North Carolina, over 250 people are waiting for behavioral health services in emergency departments, and more than 50 of them are youth. So many of them end up languishing in ERs for days because North Carolina has historically lacked the dedicated resources to address these needs. Many in our own community have to drive hundreds of miles to even find help, and I'm just grateful that that all ends today, thanks to Starmount and what that great team is doing.
All right, thank you. So I think we've heard from everyone that wishes to speak. All in favor of the property transaction, please raise your hand. All right, that's unanimous. The last item on our agenda before we go into our closed session is item number 17, the lease of city-owned property at J.W. Clay Parking Deck. Is there a motion to adopt a resolution to approve a lease agreement with Carolina Fit Food operating as Project Lean Nation with a 63-month term for a retail space in the J.W. Clay parking deck, and authorizing the manager to renew the lease and authorize the manager to negotiate and execute. I really like the Project Lean. It's almost February, so everybody can stop what they were doing in January and get better at this, I guess. All right, so we have a motion, and do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. All right, thank you. Our final item today is a motion from our city attorney for the closed session, at which we will adjourn. Thank you all that have stayed watching us on for this meeting, and at the end of our closed session, I believe we'll be adjourned.
That is correct. You will adjourn out of that closed session. I would like to have a closed session with you to view a recording released pursuant to GS 143-318-11A10.
So moved.
Second. A motion and a second. All in favor, any discussion? All in favor, please raise your hand. All right, let's take like a 5-minute break and go back and get into